Iya, 15 tahun silam, gempa bumi disertai tsunami dahsyat menerjang Aceh.
Di Indonesia adalah negeri rawan gempa. Tsunami menerjang wilayah Palu dan Donggala.
Letakkan dengan jarak 5 km dari anak gunung Krakatau.
Dibuat juga pusat manajemen ini.
INATWS adalah suatu sistem peringatan dini gempa tsunami yang komprehensif, yang di dalamnya telah diterapkan teknologi baru yang dikenal dengan Decision Support System atau DSS. BPPT melalui program penguatan dan pengembangan INATWS telah dan sedang merealisasikan kegiatan inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi kebencanaan, terutama dalam teknologi pemantauan bencana akibat gempa dan tsunami. Teknologi pemantauan tersebut meliputi pemasangan alat pendeteksi tsunami, yaitu INABOY, INACBT, dan INACAT, serta didukung manajemen data di Pusat Observasi Data Tsunami INATOC. INABOY merupakan salah satu sistem peringatan dini tsunami BPPT berplatform BOY atau alat terapung yang dilengkapi sensor pengukur perubahan tekanan muka air laut yang terpasang pada bagian Ocean Bottom Unit atau OBU dari sistem INABOY. INABOY dapat mendeteksi gelombang tsunami yang dibangkitkan gempa bumi maupun letusan gunung api di dasar laut. Sebelum pemasangan buoy, beberapa tahapan dan proses harus dilalui, antara lain 1. Proses desain, di mana dalam proses ini ada beberapa hal seperti desain floater ocean bottom unit, sistem elektronik dan komunikasi, jatuh daya, dan juga desain integrasi buoy. Selain itu, dilakukan beberapa pengujian seperti pengujian struktur, hidrodinamika, aerolastika OBU, dan floater surface. 2. Proses manufaktur, proses dari buoy dan juga OBU. 3. Proses uji coba. Dalam pembuatan buoy dan OBU diperlukan uji coba sebelum pemasangan di laut agar tidak ada resiko gagal. Beberapa uji coba yang dilakukan seperti uji vibrasi OBU, pressure test OBU, drop test OBU, dry test atau tes kering sistem komunikasi OBU buoy, wet test atau tes basah sistem komunikasi OBU buoy. 4. Proses mobilisasi. Proses mobilisasi dari manufacturer sampai ke pelabuhan. 5. Proses deployment atau penempatan buoy. Proses deployment memerlukan beberapa tahapan, diantaranya dry test atau tes kering di atas kapal, rangkaian floater dan mooring line, pengambilan data profil temperatur dan konduktivitas atau CTD, dan batimetri calon lokasi penempatan. Pengambilan sampel sedimen dasar laut dengan box scorer. Deployment OBU. Uji komunikasi OBU ke permukaan laut. Deployment buoy. Instalasi dan perangkaian mooring line atau sistem tambak buoy dan pemasangan akustik release. Deployment sinker atau mooring anchor. Uji komunikasi buoy OBU. Setelah semua proses ini selesai, di mana rangkaian tsunami INABOY sudah terpasang, maka langkah selanjutnya adalah menguji penerimaan data tsunami buoy di lapangan oleh Indonesia Tsunami Observation Center atau INATOC di BPPT Tamrin. INATOC selain mengelola dan menampilkan data INABOY tsunami BPPT, juga memantau tsunami buoy dari beberapa negara di sekitar Samudra Hindia dan Samudra Pasifik. Penguasaan teknologi peringatan dini tsunami BPPT dalam rangka mendukung INATWS nasional di BMKG menunjukkan kemandirian bangsa Indonesia untuk bersaing dengan negara-negara maju lainnya, terutama dalam pengembangan inovasi teknologi kebencanaan untuk mendukung penguatan ketahanan bencana nasional.
Indonesia dikelilingi oleh cincin api Pasifik dan berada di atas 3 tumbukan lempeng benua. Kondisi geografis ini menjadikan Indonesia sebagai wilayah yang rawan bencana letusan gunung api, gempa bumi, dan tsunami. Melihat historis kebencanaan seperti yang terjadi di Lombok, Palu, dan Selat Sunda pada tahun 2018, Upaya mitigasi bencana yang terintegrasi sudah sepatutnya diterapkan di Indonesia, sehingga Presiden Joko Widodo mengeluarkan Perpres nomor 93 tahun 2019 tentang penguatan dan pengembangan sistem informasi gempa bumi dan peringatan dini tsunami, sehingga Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT diberikan amanah untuk mengembangkan sudah benar misalnya konflik
Mendampingi perkembangan teknologi survei di Indonesia, PT Hidronaf Teknika Tama berkomitmen untuk menyediakan solusi baik darat, laut, maupun udara. Demi meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas kerja, menjadi partner yang dipercaya dalam proses perencanaan, pelaksanaan, hingga evaluasi. Pada leading sektor pertahanan, pertambangan, perminyakan, perkebunan, pertanian, dan kelautan. Kami ada untuk memberikan yang terbaik. We are always insist on the best.
Iya, 15 tahun silam, gempa bumi disertai tsunami dahsyat menerjang Aceh.
Di Indonesia adalah negeri rawan gempa. Tsunami menerjang wilayah Palu dan Donggala.
Letakkan dengan jarak 5 km dari anak gunung Krakatau,
Dibuat juga pusat manajemen ini.
INA-TWS adalah suatu sistem peringatan dini gempa tsunami yang komprehensif, yang di dalamnya telah diterapkan teknologi baru yang dikenal dengan Decision Support System atau DSS. BPPT melalui program penguatan dan pengembangan INA-TWS telah dan sedang merealisasikan kegiatan inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi kebencanaan, terutama dalam teknologi pemantauan bencana akibat gempa dan tsunami. Teknologi pemantauan tersebut meliputi pemasangan alat pendeteksi tsunami, yaitu INA-BOY, INA-CBT, dan INA-CAT, serta didukung manajemen data di Pusat Observasi Data Tsunami INA-TOC. INA-BOY merupakan salah satu sistem peringatan dini tsunami BPPT berplatform BOY atau alat terapung yang dilengkapi sensor pengukur perubahan tekanan muka air laut yang terpasang pada bagian Ocean Bottom Unit atau OBU dari sistem INA-BOY. INA-BOY dapat mendeteksi gelombang tsunami yang dibangkitkan gempa bumi maupun letusan gunung api di dasar laut. Sebelum pemasangan buoy, beberapa tahapan dan proses harus dilalui, antara lain 1. Proses desain, di mana dalam proses ini ada beberapa hal seperti desain floater ocean bottom unit, sistem elektronik dan komunikasi, jatuh daya, dan juga desain integrasi buoy. Selain itu, dilakukan beberapa pengujian seperti pengujian struktur, hidrodinamika, aerolastika OBU, dan floater surface. 2. Proses manufaktur, proses dari buoy dan juga OBU. 3. Proses uji coba. Dalam pembuatan buoy dan OBU diperlukan uji coba sebelum pemasangan di laut agar tidak ada resiko gagal. Beberapa uji coba yang dilakukan seperti uji vibrasi OBU, pressure test OBU, drop test OBU, dry test atau tes kering sistem komunikasi OBU buoy, wet test atau tes basah sistem komunikasi OBU buoy. 4. Proses mobilisasi. Proses mobilisasi dari manufacturer sampai ke pelabuhan. 5. Proses deployment atau penempatan buoy. Proses deployment memerlukan beberapa tahapan, diantaranya dry test atau tes kering di atas kapal, perangkaian floater dan mooring line, pengambilan data profil temperatur dan konduktivitas atau CTD, dan batimetri calon lokasi penempatan. Pengambilan sampel sedimen dasar laut dengan box scorer. Deployment OBU. Uji komunikasi OBU ke permukaan laut. Deployment buoy. Instalasi dan perangkaian mooring line atau sistem tambak buoy dan pemasangan akustik release. Deployment sinker atau mooring anchor. Uji komunikasi buoy OBU. Setelah semua proses ini selesai, di mana rangkaian tsunami INA-BOY sudah terpasang, maka langkah selanjutnya adalah menguji penerimaan data tsunami buoy di lapangan oleh Indonesia Tsunami Observation Center atau INA-TOC di BPPT Tamrin. INA-TOC selain mengelola dan menampilkan data INA-BOY tsunami BPPT, juga memantau tsunami buoy dari beberapa negara di sekitar Samudra Hindia dan Samudra Pasifik. Penguasaan teknologi peringatan dini tsunami BPPT dalam rangka mendukung INA-TWS nasional di BMKG menunjukkan kemandirian bangsa Indonesia untuk bersaing dengan negara-negara maju lainnya, terutama dalam pengembangan inovasi teknologi kebencanaan untuk mendukung penguatan ketahanan bencana nasional.
Indonesia dikelilingi oleh cincin api Pasifik dan berada di atas 3 tumbukan lempeng benua. Kondisi geografis ini menjadikan Indonesia sebagai wilayah yang rawan bencana letusan gunung api, gempa bumi, dan tsunami. Melihat historis kebencanaan seperti yang terjadi di Lombok, Palu, dan Selat Sunda pada tahun 2018, upaya mitigasi bencana yang terintegrasi sudah sepatutnya diterapkan di Indonesia, sehingga Presiden Joko Widodo mengeluarkan Perpres nomor 93 tahun 2019 tentang penguatan dan pengembangan sistem informasi gempa bumi dan peringatan dini tsunami, sehingga Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT diberikan amanah untuk mengembangkan sistem peringatan dini tsunami atau INA-TEWS. Salah satu unit kerja di BPPT yaitu Pusat Teknologi Elektronika melalui programnya yaitu Inovasi Sistem Elektronika Kebencanaan INA-TEWS mengembangkan sistem pendeteksi dini tsunami berbasis kabel atau yang dikenal dengan Indonesia Cable Based Tsunameter atau INA-CBT. INA-CBT terdiri dari Ocean Bottom Unit yang dipasang di dasar laut dan terhubung dengan landing station menggunakan kabel serat optik dasar laut. Data-data yang terukur oleh Ocean Bottom Unit melalui beberapa sensor diantaranya Bottom Pressure Recorder atau BPR, Smart Accelerometer atau Board, dan Environment Sensor atau ROPA board akan dikirim melalui kabel serat optik bawah laut ke landing station di bibir pantai. INA-CBT terdiri atas sensor-sensor kegempaan dan sensor-sensor yang digunakan sebagai monitoring kondisi lingkungan di dalam kanister obu. Saat ini, untuk sensor kegempaan digunakan sensor accelerometer, sensor inclinometer, dan seismometer yang terintegrasi pada board. Sensor kegempaan lainnya adalah BPR atau Bottom Pressure Recorder. Sensor lingkungan dalam kanister atau environment sensor sendiri terdiri atas sensor temperatur, sensor kebocoran, dan sensor humidity. Sensor-sensor lingkungan ini terintegrasi pada ROPA board. Tsunami identik dengan terjadinya perubahan tinggi permukaan air laut secara signifikan. Ketinggian permukaan air laut dapat pula diartikan sebagai kedalaman laut, berpengaruh pada tekanan hidrostatis di dasar laut. Tekanan hidrostatis akan meningkat sekitar 1 atmosfer untuk setiap 10 meter kedalaman air, sehingga ketika terjadi perubahan ketinggian permukaan air laut akan mempengaruhi tekanan hidrostatis dasar laut yang terukur oleh Bottom Pressure Recorder atau BPR. Terdapat juga sensor Smart Accelerometer atau board. Sistem sensor ini dirancang dan dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Elektronika sehingga mampu memonitoring aktivitas geoteknik di dasar laut. Dilengkapi dengan akselerometer untuk mengetahui data posisi obu sehingga dapat memonitor adanya perubahan posisi obu akibat pergerakan lempeng yang dirasakan oleh obu. Diharapkan board mampu mengindikasikan adanya beberapa penyebab terjadinya tsunami.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes.
Kemungkinan adanya crack pada kanister yang menyebabkan terjadinya kebocoran pada obu. Kebocoran pada obu tentu dapat menyebabkan kerusakan pada perangkat-perangkat elektronik di dalam obu. Untuk itu, didesain pula suatu sensor yang mampu memonitoring kondisi lingkungan di dalam obu, yaitu Environment Sensor yang kami beri nama ROPA board. ROPA board berfungsi untuk memonitoring suhu dan kelembapan di dalam kanister obu, serta mendeteksi adanya kebocoran pada kanister obu. Seperti halnya BPR dan board, data dari ROPA board akan dikirimkan ke landing station secara periodik. Data-data ketinggian air laut yang telah diakuisisi oleh perangkat di landing station diolah oleh algoritma yang disebut Tsunami Detection Algorithm atau TDI yang dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Elektronika. Dengan mengadaptasi TDI di ART serta merancang algoritma artificial intelijen memungkinkan sistem untuk mendeteksi dan memprediksi potensi adanya tsunami. Berdasarkan roadmap pengembangan sistem deteksi dini tsunami BPPT tahun 2020-2024, INASIBT akan ditempatkan di 7 lokasi. Beberapa di antaranya akan dideploy pada tahun 2021 di Labuan Bajo dan Rokatenda.
Indonesia Cable Tsunamimeter atau INASIBT sebagai salah satu teknologi sistem peringatan dini tsunami dapat bermanfaat bagi Indonesia terutama sebagai upaya mitigasi bencana tsunami di Indonesia.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 IEEE Ocean Engineering Technology and Innovations Conference with the theme Ocean Observations, Technology, and Innovations in Support of Decade of Ocean Science.
This conference presents the opportunity for academicians, scholars, and practitioners to exchange ideas and the latest research in marine and oceanography engineering. The conference also presents the latest research information on ocean observation, technology, and innovation in support of Decade of Ocean Science.
My name is Muhammad Lutfi Aziz.
My name is Zilda Dona.
We are from the Center for Regional Resources Development of Technology, acting as the master of ceremony for this conference. It is an honor to us to introduce and welcome our distinguished speakers, His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, MPA, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, the Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, Dr. Engineer Wahyudi Hasbi, the Chair of IEEE Indonesia Sections, Mr. Christopher Witt, the President of IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society, United States of America,
Dr. Andi Eka Sakya of the Research Organization Assessment and Application of Technology Indonesia, Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission UNESCO, Professor Sean Gillick of the University of Texas at Austin, United States of America, and Professor Shin Takahashi of the Ehime University, Japan. Before we come to the main session, let us start by praying first so that the conference will run well without any obstacles. Pray, start. Pray, end.
As the start of our conferences, we will sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia. We would like to request all of you to stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the report delivered by Dr. Endang Wijiarti as the conference chair of OETIC 2021. To Dr. Endang Wijiarti, time is yours.
Thank you, Lutfi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the OETIC 2021, the first IEEE Ocean Engineering Technology and Innovation Conference, which this year is held by the joint chapter of IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society and Technology and Engineering Management Society Indonesia in collaboration with IEEE Indonesia section and the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency. In a normal situation, this conference would have been held in Jakarta under the warm, maritime, tropical climate of the Indonesia archipelago. However, due to the global pandemic, the organizer decided to hold OETIC 2021 virtually. As the chair of this conference, it is my pleasure to report that while the conference has just been initiated this year, we received more than 30 manuscripts from all over the world. Out of these manuscripts, with the help of more than 20 international reviewers, we accepted 15 manuscripts of the highest quality to be presented in this conference, which also means 50% acceptance rate. With this achievement, we hope that we can contribute to the development of science in the fields of oceanic engineering and motivate the growth in the research and development in the areas of oceanic engineering in Indonesia. I would like to say thank you to all keynote speakers in this conference. First of all, to today's keynote speakers, the chairman of the Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agencies, and Indonesia Coordinating Minister and Maritime and Investment Affairs, Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, Executive Secretary of Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, Mr. Christopher Witt, the President of IEEE OS, who is attending this conference now from Nova Scotia, Canada, Dr. Andi Eka Sakya from Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agency, Prof. Sin Gulik from University of Texas in Austin, and Professor Shin Tikahashi from Ehime University, Japan, who are also here with us, even though there are big time differences between us and wherever you are at the moment. Also, to tomorrow keynote speakers, Dr. Christian Menik from NOAA, Professor Bruce Ho from Hawaii at Manoa, Professor Fadli Samsudin from Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agencies, Dr. Nelly Riyama from Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency or BMKG Indonesia, and Dr. Inyoman Radiarta from Marine Research Center, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, KKP Indonesia. I would also like to say thank you to all parties that have supported in realizing this conference. To conclude this report, I do hope that next year the situation can improve much better than this year, so that we can have this conference held physically in Indonesia with many more high-quality technical papers in ocean engineering submitted by researchers from all over the world. Please enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Endang. We are now going to listen to the reports given by the chair of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering and Technology and Engineering Management Joint Societies chapter, Dr. Marina Frederick. The time is yours.
Thank you, Zilda. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to all of you who are from Jakarta, Indonesia. I am honored to acknowledge the honored and distinguished speakers who are joining from all around the world. The Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi of the IEEE Indonesia section, Dr. Vladimir Binin of the Executive Secretary of IOC UNESCO, Mr. Christopher Witt, the President of OES, Dr. Andy Ekasakya and Dr. Fadli Syamsuddin of BRAIN, Professor Sean Gulick of UT Austin, Professor Shin Takahashi of Ehime University, Dr. Christian Menik of NOAA, Professor Bruce Howe of UH at Manoa, Dr. Nelly Riyama of BMKG, Dr. E. Nyoman Radiarta from KKP, and dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Conference of IEEE Ocean Engineering Technology and Innovation Conference, titled Ocean Observation, Technology and Innovation in Support of the Decade of Ocean Science. Okay. Sorry, the next slide. So the joint chapter is part of the IEEE Indonesia section. It was proposed to give a home for the Indonesian engineers and scientists in the fields of related to ocean sciences, technology, engineering, management. It was necessary for the chapter to combine the two societies, since there are very few members in each of the societies for ocean engineering and technology engineering management in Indonesia. Because to form this joint society, there is a required minimum number of approval signatures. So this joint society was approved on February 5th this year. And until now, we have conducted 5 webinars. Due to the pandemic, we have to do everything virtually. And today is the start of the international conference. And tomorrow we'll have another conference that's specifically for the technology and engineering management. So this chapter supports the ocean engineering technology and through the communities, through conference, webinar, publication, and technical trainings and networking. Okay. OSTEM is conducting 2 international conferences, as I have mentioned before. One is today and tomorrow with the theme of oceanic engineering, and tomorrow we'll focus more on the technology and engineering management. It will present topics from science and research technology management to collaboration and capacity building that are given by distinguished and renowned speakers. With that, I would like to thank everyone, distinguished speakers and dear participants to joining this event. I would like to send a warm welcome and please do enjoy the OETIC conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marina. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the welcoming remarks given by the President of IEEE Indonesia sections, Dr. Engineer Wahyudi Hasbi. To Dr. Engineer Wahyudi Hasbi, the time is yours.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good day, a prosperous and warm greetings. First of all, please allow me to greet the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment Affairs Republik of Indonesia, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRAIN, Bapak Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, President of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society, Mr. Christopher Witt from Canada, Vice Chair of IEEE Indonesia Section, Professor Gamantio, Chair of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering and Technology and Engineering Management Joint Society Chapters, Dr. Marina Frederick, Chair of the IEEE Ocean Engineering Technology and Innovation Conference, Dr. Endang Wijiati, all distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Vladimir Rebinin from UNESCO, France, Dr. Andy Ekasakya from BPT BRAIN Indonesia, Dr. Shin Gulick from University Texas Austin, Professor Shin Takahashi, Ehime University, Japan, all distinguished other keynote speakers that I cannot mention one by one, all the committees, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor and pleasure for me to be able to greet you all and give you a few words to represent the IEEE Indonesia section at the opening of this conference. On behalf of the IEEE Indonesia section, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the IEEE Ocean Engineering Technology and Innovation Conference 2021, hosted by collaboration of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering and Technology and Engineering Management Joint Society Chapter, one of the IEEE Indonesia section's youngest technical chapter, the Center for the Technology of Regional Resource Development, and the Center for Marine Survey Technology, BTSK, BPPT, BRAIN. This conference will present the latest technology and research related to the observation, modeling, and hazard mitigation of the oceans. In addition, there will be a special session to highlight the technology and accomplishment of the Indonesian tsunami early warning system. Distinguished guests, colleague, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is an archipelago nation where 70% of its territory is water. It is necessary to apply ocean engineering technology to support the development and sustainable management. It requires human resources in the field of ocean engineering, which include mastering technology based on infrastructure and the physical environment of the sea. The position of Indonesia, which is confluence of the three tectonic plates that cause the Indonesian territory become prone to natural disasters such as earthquake and tsunamis, is demanded the Indonesian people to continue to develop the science and technology to predict and prevent the adverse effect of disaster for community, one of which is done through development of science and technology field of ocean engineering. We also noticed that the emergence of global warming issues that cause many environmental problems, including ocean environment, that require the support of the development of science and technology in the field of ocean engineering to predict and prevent the adverse effect arising as a result of the global warming in the ocean environment. In such so, I believe that this conference themed Ocean Observation, Technology and Innovation in support of Decade of Ocean Science, which is the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development starting from 2021 to 2030, is very relevant to these rapid changes and very important in highlighting the innovation and technology in oceanic engineering. Distinguished guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, IEEE Indonesia as regional organizational unit of global IEEE, over the past 33 years, we has contributed significantly to have various activities that encourage science and technology for humanity in Indonesia. Together with all volunteers, members, and stakeholders, IEEE has produced various activities by supporting more than 60 high-qualified conferences every year, including this conference. Compared with the previous years, in 2021, the conference supported by IEEE Indonesia is increased by 53%. All the qualified conference papers within the scope of IEEE are published in the IEEE Explore Digital Library indexed by Scopus, Web of Science, and any major databases, with more than 5 million publications and more than 15 million downloads every month. As we all know, IEEE always maintain high qualified publication as part of our intellectual culture. IEEE also developed industrial standards such as IEEE 802 as a standard Wi-Fi that we use in our daily life, including all other industrial standards. IEEE Indonesia also holds more than 40 professional, technical, non-technical, and administrative activities every year for all its members. Currently, we have more than 2,600 Indonesian members and more than 60 senior members, consisting of professional, industry, academia, and government researchers. IEEE Indonesia also supported 26 technical society chapters, joint chapters, 30 university student branches, and 9 IEEE student branch chapters. All these chapters have become forum for members to have various international technical collaboration and social activities and provide Indonesian students a great experience. The oceanic engineering as one of the IEEE society have the field of interest included all aspects of science, engineering, and technology that address research, development, and operation pertaining to all bodies of water. This includes the creation of new capabilities and technology from concept design through prototypes, testing, and operational system to sense, explore, understand, develop, use, and responsibly manage natural resources. So I encourage all of you to join this IEEE society to get the latest technology development. On 27 July 2021, IEEE Indonesia also has established a cooperation agreement with Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, in which IEEE activities support and synchronize in the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology program. IEEE Indonesia also exploring cooperation with Indonesian industries in various activities and is actively involved in providing input in preparing related government regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to all of the committee of this conference who have worked very hard in preparing for this high-qualified IEEE conference and event. I'm very aware that putting together an international event with this size is not an easy task. Therefore, I sincerely hope for your cooperation and active participation in all of this program. So I hope all of you will have an enjoyable and valuable experience during this conference event. So please stay active, stay healthy. Thank you. Have a great day and have a great conference.
Thank you, Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi, for the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker should be our distinguished keynote speaker, His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan MPA, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs. However, since he is the moment on the way back from the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, he cannot join us in this morning.
So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the next our keynote speaker, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of National Research and Innovations Agency Indonesia, represented by Professor Oki Kanarajasa, Head of Earth Science Research Organizations. And also we would like to request Professor Oki Kanarajasa to officially open this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Oki Kanarajasa. Time is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good day, everybody. It is very unfortunate that our chairman, Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, could not personally attend this conference due to a previously scheduled activity that he cannot leave from that. Please allow me on behalf of him to introduce our newly established institution, National Agency for Research and Innovation. So I will speak briefly on the role of BRIN to support the ecosystem of research and innovation in Indonesia. Distinguished keynote speaker, organizing committee, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. One of the very important paradigm shift in Indonesia is our shift from natural resources driven economy into innovation driven economy. That means that research and innovation will become our core in terms of our national development. To guide our research and innovation agenda, the President has published his presidential regulation number 38 in 2018 about national long-term research agenda between 2017 to 2045. To implement this agenda, so it is necessary to establish what we call it national research priority that will last for 5 years for each period. When we talk about the research focus of our national research priority, especially in 2020 and 2024, there are 9 research focuses, and among them are maritime, which is very much related to our topic today, as well as our multi and across sectors topics such as disaster, biodiversity, stunting nutrition, climate change, and environment waters. In order to establish or to create a conducive ecosystem for research and innovation, at least in our opinion, there are 4 different actors that play very important roles. They are number 1, knowledge producer, including university and research institution. Number 2 is knowledge enabler. Number 3 is knowledge intermediaries. Last but not least is knowledge users. For that reason, National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, has been established, and it is a merge of several different institutions, including the ex-Ministry of Research and Technology, for the non-ministerial research institution, and plus research and development within our ministries in Indonesia. At the moment, before officially will be launched in early January 2022, there is a lot of activities now is being done, especially to establish or to image or redesign research center under the BRIN. So many ministry and research institutions are now in the process of discussion as a part of a bottom-up policy in order to create research center for the next year that will be under the control of several research organizations. And so far, under the guidance of the chairman, it is expected that there are approximately 13 research organizations will be established in early 2022 as a top-down policy. One of the new programs that will be part of our business process is what we call it the program house. This program house will be managed by each research organization, and for example, for the next year, at least there are several program house as already decided, for example, for economic and community change and governance. Also, equipment and detection for the health, especially for COVID-19, and then our research on diversity of Indonesia, nuclear technology, electrical vehicle, as well as advanced material and lake, as well as our natural resources. And for that, for each research organization has conducted a call for proposal that will allow different research organizations as well as researchers from different institutions to be able to participate in our different program house starting next year. This is an example of program house for 2020 for research organization of earth sciences. There are two main programs, which are number 1 is disaster, especially science to science based WBS, as well as science to policy based WBS. In terms of water resources and prioritized lake, we are also developing several WBS, for example, hydrology, the function of the lake as well as the river, as well as the development of model for governance of water-based management, as well as development of new innovation technology to improve or to revitalize some damage in our lake as well as our water system. So this will be our new business process in terms of management of research and innovation in Indonesia. For example, for research organization, they will handle the research activity and manage the consumable and analysis, while for the purpose of sampling and other equipment procurement as well as research vessel, for example, will be handled by different deputy within the ministry or within the BRIN. For example, for conducting sampling and expedition, each researcher may apply for deputy for facilities, while for having new equipment and to participate for research vessel, each scientist or researcher could join for a call for proposal for deputy for infrastructure. This will be our new business for the next year. Another important that need to be taken into account is our support for the establishment and the development of One Data Indonesia, that will be one single gate for managing data from different research activity and survey. For example, in terms of demography, economy, culture, science and technology indicator, disaster, etc. And there are two deputies that are assigned to specifically manage the policy under the BRIN. So research, especially under research organization, will contribute by producing several data that will be collected under our One Data program, and this will be used as a material for the two deputy responsible for the policy to provide policy for different purposes under different ministries in Indonesia. And one of our contribution, especially to create a conducive ecosystem of research and innovation, BRIN will serve as a hub for multi collaboration, both in the national and international level. And our facilities, especially our strategic research infrastructure, as well as our human resources and network, will serve as an open platform that will be open every stakeholder in Indonesia and abroad. And especially we are like to establish what we call it a global platform for research in different topic of research in Indonesia. This is some of our strategic research infrastructure under construction that are distributed in different locations in 9 different provinces in Indonesia. And this will be a good facility for Indonesian scientists as a modalities to have international collaboration that will be also open for national or international collaborator around the globe. So please do not hesitate to make use of our facilities, especially to obtain good data that are needed for analyzing our research activities. This is an example of our newly established building, or data center of National Coastal Ecosystem, which is located in Ancol in the North Jakarta. It is a 8-story building for National Marine Research that will serve as an integrated instrumentation laboratory, as well as field analysis instrumentation and real-time monitoring system, as well as laboratory and office for oceanography that will cater different field of related to oceanography. And also BRIN now just established a new unit called dubbed as National Fleet Management Unit. This will serve as a coordinator for all research vessels in Indonesia. So at least now there are 5 different research vessels under this management unit, and 1 more new vessel being constructed. And hopefully by the end of 2023, new research vessel will be commissioned. And so I believe that this facility will also provide it and to serve, especially to support the ocean ticket in marine sciences. I think that's all from, there is one more thing. BRIN also manage a program what we call the talent management on research and innovation that will work on 4 different topics. Number 1 is research powerhouse. And secondly, to support the collaboration And number 3 is to establish or increase our critical mass, especially for Indonesian scientists. And last but not least is to nurture young scientists to be more active and engaged in ocean science. We are also managing a graduate program degree by research. This will allow anyone in Indonesia who has already hold a master and doctoral program to be recruited and be part of BRIN to join our graduate program degree by research, in which all the scholarship, research, as well as access to our strategic research infrastructure will be provided. So please do not hesitate for young scientists to join this program in order to build up critical mass, especially in marine sciences. Last but not least, next month, as part of the implementation of National Endowment Fund for research, we will launch a call for proposal for everybody in Indonesia, including those working on disaster management as well as marine sciences related area, to apply for our national competitive research grant, which are a consortium and multi-year program up to 3 years. So please kindly submit your proposal in order to support our mission that research and innovation in Indonesia is global, inclusive, and collaborative. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And with that, I concluded my speech, and please allow me to officially declare today's international conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Oki. And also we would like to request Professor Oki to officially open this conference.
Okay, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I declare OETIC 2021 officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Oki Karnarajasa, for the welcoming remarks and also officially open this conference. And also we like to say thank you for the committees for the official video for the OETIC 2021. And now we will hold a photo session. I would like to invite all the speakers as well as the participants to turn on your camera. Please stay still until the photo session is over in my comment. And okay. Okay, the operator ready? Okay, in 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. Okay, next page. In 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. And the last one in 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you for all your cooperation. We will have a short break for around 20 minutes and we will resume the next session at 10:05 a.m. Jakarta time. And now, see you to the next session. Bye-bye.
Mendampingi perkembangan teknologi survei di Indonesia, PT Hidronaf Teknika Tama berkomitmen untuk menyediakan solusi baik darat, laut, maupun udara. Demi meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas kerja, menjadi partner yang dipercaya dalam proses perencanaan, pelaksanaan, hingga evaluasi. Pada leading sektor pertahanan, pertambangan, perminyakan, perkebunan, pertanian, dan kelautan. Kami ada untuk memberikan yang terbaik. We are always insist on the best.
Indonesia dikelilingi oleh cincin api Pasifik dan berada di atas 3 tumbukan lempeng benua. Kondisi geografis ini menjadikan Indonesia sebagai wilayah yang rawan bencana letusan gunung api, gempa bumi, dan tsunami. Melihat historis kebencanaan seperti yang terjadi di Lombok, Palu, dan Selat Sunda pada tahun 2018, upaya mitigasi bencana yang terintegrasi sudah sepatutnya diterapkan di Indonesia, sehingga Presiden Joko Widodo mengeluarkan Perpres nomor 93 tahun 2019 tentang penguatan dan pengembangan sistem informasi gempa bumi dan peringatan dini tsunami, sehingga Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT diberikan amanah untuk mengembangkan sistem peringatan dini tsunami atau INA-TEWS. Salah satu unit kerja di BPPT yaitu Pusat Teknologi Elektronika melalui programnya yaitu Inovasi Sistem Elektronika Kebencanaan INA-TEWS mengembangkan sistem pendeteksi dini tsunami berbasis kabel atau yang dikenal dengan Indonesia Cable Based Tsunameter atau INA-CBT. INA-CBT terdiri dari Ocean Bottom Unit yang dipasang di dasar laut dan terhubung dengan landing station menggunakan kabel serat optik dasar laut. Data-data yang terukur oleh Ocean Bottom Unit melalui beberapa sensor diantaranya Bottom Pressure Recorder atau BPR, Smart Accelerometer atau BAJO board, dan Environment Sensor atau ROPA board akan dikirim melalui kabel serat optik bawah laut ke landing station di bibir pantai. INA-CBT terdiri atas sensor-sensor kegempaan dan sensor-sensor yang digunakan sebagai monitoring kondisi lingkungan di dalam kanister obu. Saat ini, untuk sensor kegempaan digunakan sensor accelerometer, sensor inclinometer, dan seismometer yang terintegrasi pada BAJO board. Sensor kegempaan lainnya adalah BPR atau Bottom Pressure Recorder. Sensor lingkungan dalam kanister atau environment sensor sendiri terdiri atas sensor temperatur, sensor kebocoran, dan sensor humidity. Sensor-sensor lingkungan ini terintegrasi pada ROPA board. Tsunami identik dengan terjadinya perubahan tinggi permukaan air laut secara signifikan. Ketinggian permukaan air laut dapat pula diartikan sebagai kedalaman laut, berpengaruh pada tekanan hidrostatis di dasar laut. Tekanan hidrostatis akan meningkat sekitar 1 atmosfer untuk setiap 10 meter kedalaman air. Sehingga ketika terjadi perubahan ketinggian permukaan air laut akan mempengaruhi tekanan hidrostatis dasar laut yang terukur oleh Bottom Pressure Recorder atau BPR. Terdapat juga sensor Smart Accelerometer atau BAJO board. Sistem sensor ini dirancang dan dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Elektronika sehingga mampu memonitoring aktivitas geoteknik di dasar laut. Dilengkapi dengan akselerometer untuk mengetahui data posisi obu sehingga dapat memonitor adanya perubahan posisi obu akibat pergerakan lempeng. Inclinometer yang mampu memonitoring adanya perubahan kemiringan pada obu hingga sensor seismik yang mampu mendeteksi adanya guncangan yang dirasakan oleh obu. Diharapkan BAJO board mampu mengindikasikan adanya beberapa penyebab terjadinya tsunami seperti gempa, longsor, dan pergerakan lempeng bumi di dasar laut. Obu yang dipasang di dasar laut tentu akan mendapatkan tekanan hidrostatis yang cukup besar, sehingga harus diperkirakan kemungkinan adanya crack pada kanister yang menyebabkan terjadinya kebocoran pada obu. Kebocoran pada obu tentu dapat menyebabkan kerusakan pada perangkat-perangkat elektronik di dalam obu. Untuk itu, didesain pula suatu sensor yang mampu memonitoring kondisi lingkungan di dalam obu, yaitu Environment Sensor yang kami beri nama ROPA board. ROPA board berfungsi untuk memonitoring suhu dan kelembapan di dalam kanister obu, serta mendeteksi adanya kebocoran pada kanister obu. Seperti halnya BPR dan BAJO board, data dari ROPA board akan dikirimkan ke landing station secara periodik. Data-data ketinggian air laut yang telah diakuisisi oleh perangkat di landing station diolah oleh algoritma yang disebut Tsunami Detection Algorithm atau TDI yang dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Elektronika. dengan mengadaptasi TDA-DART serta merancang algoritma artificial intelligence memungkinkan sistem untuk mendeteksi dan memprediksi potensi adanya tsunami. Berdasarkan roadmap pengembangan sistem deteksi dini tsunami BPPT tahun 2020-2024, INA-CBT akan ditempatkan di 7 lokasi. Beberapa di antaranya akan dideploy pada tahun 2021 di Labuan Bajo dan Rokatenda.
Indonesia Cable Based Tsunami-Meter atau INA-CBT sebagai salah satu teknologi sistem peringatan dini tsunami dapat bermanfaat bagi Indonesia terutama sebagai upaya mitigasi bencana tsunami di Indonesia.
Iya, 15 tahun silam, gempa bumi disertai tsunami dahsyat menerjang Aceh.
Di Indonesia adalah negeri rawan gempa. Tsunami menerjang wilayah Palu dan Donggala.
Letakkan dengan jarak 5 km dari anak gunung Krakatau.
Dibuat juga pusat manajemen ini.
INA-TWS adalah suatu sistem peringatan dini gempa tsunami yang komprehensif, yang di dalamnya telah diterapkan teknologi baru yang dikenal dengan Decision Support System atau DSS. BPPT melalui program penguatan dan pengembangan INA-TWS telah dan sedang merealisasikan kegiatan inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi kebencanaan, terutama dalam teknologi pemantauan bencana akibat gempa dan tsunami. Teknologi pemantauan tersebut meliputi pemasangan alat pendeteksi tsunami, yaitu INA-BOY, INA-CBT, dan INA-CAT, serta didukung manajemen data di Pusat Observasi Data Tsunami INA-TOC. INA-BOY merupakan salah satu sistem peringatan dini tsunami BPPT berplatform BOY atau alat terapung yang dilengkapi sensor pengukur perubahan tekanan muka air laut yang terpasang pada bagian Ocean Bottom Unit atau OBU dari sistem INA-BOY. INA-BOY dapat mendeteksi gelombang tsunami yang dibangkitkan gempa bumi maupun letusan gunung api di dasar laut. Sebelum pemasangan BOY, beberapa tahapan dan proses harus dilalui, antara lain 1. Proses desain, di mana dalam proses ini ada beberapa hal seperti desain floater ocean bottom unit, sistem elektronik dan komunikasi, catu daya, dan juga desain integrasi BOY. Selain itu, dilakukan beberapa pengujian seperti pengujian struktur, hidrodinamika, aerolastika OBU, dan floater surface. 2. Proses manufaktur, proses dari BOY dan juga OBU. 3. Proses uji coba. Dalam pembuatan BOY dan OBU diperlukan uji coba sebelum pemasangan di laut agar tidak ada resiko gagal. Beberapa uji coba yang dilakukan seperti uji vibrasi OBU, pressure test OBU, drop test OBU, dry test atau tes kering sistem komunikasi OBU BOY, wet test atau tes basah sistem komunikasi OBU BOY. 4. Proses mobilisasi. Proses mobilisasi dari manufacturer sampai ke pelabuhan. 5. Proses deployment atau penempatan BOY. Proses deployment memerlukan beberapa tahapan, diantaranya dry test atau tes kering di atas kapal, perangkaian floater dan mooring line, pengambilan data profil temperatur dan konduktivitas atau CTD, dan batimetri calon lokasi penempatan. Pengambilan sampel sedimen dasar laut dengan box scorer. Deployment OBU. Uji komunikasi OBU ke permukaan laut. Deployment BOY. Instalasi dan perangkaian mooring line atau sistem tambak BOY dan pemasangan akustik rilis. Deployment sinker atau mooring anchor. Uji komunikasi BOY OBU. Setelah semua proses ini selesai, di mana rangkaian tsunami INA-BOY sudah terpasang, maka langkah selanjutnya adalah menguji penerimaan data tsunami BOY di lapangan oleh Indonesia Tsunami Observation Center atau INA-TOC di BPPT Tamrin. INA TOC selain mengelola dan menampilkan data INA Buoy Tsunami BPPT, juga memantau tsunami buoy dari beberapa negara di sekitar Samudra Hindia dan Samudra Pasifik. Penguasaan teknologi peringatan dini tsunami BPPT dalam rangka mendukung INA TWS nasional di BMKG menunjukkan kemandirian bangsa Indonesia untuk bersaing dengan negara-negara maju lainnya, terutama dalam pengembangan inovasi teknologi kebencanaan untuk mendukung penguatan ketahanan bencana nasional.
Mendampingi perkembangan teknologi survei di Indonesia, PT Hidronaf Teknika Tama berkomitmen untuk menyediakan solusi baik darat, laut, maupun udara. Demi meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas kerja, menjadi partner yang dipercaya dalam proses perencanaan, pelaksanaan, hingga evaluasi. Pada leading sektor pertahanan, pertambangan, perminyakan, perkebunan, pertanian, dan kelautan. Kami ada untuk memberikan yang terbaik. We are always insist on the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now continuing to the next agenda, that is to hear the keynote speeches will be moderated by Dr. Dani Arifianto. Dr. Dani Arifianto is the lecturer of Engineering Physics, 10 November Institute of Technology in Surabaya. He finished his master and doctoral degree in Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, and postdoctoral researches in USA, UK, and Japan, all in field of speech signal technology. He has been a member of IEEE and Oceanic Engineering Society for more than 20 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, if you have any questions during the presentation from the speakers, please use the raise hand button or write in Slido. The chat button will be disabled. And please welcome Dr. Dani Arifianto.
Thank you for kind words for me, and hope my sound is audible to all of you. Check sound. Is it clearly audible? Okay, let me start. Hopefully it's a good weather across the globe at the moment. Good morning to all of you, and good day to the rest of the world. Today we would like to start our plenary session. I would like to introduce all of our five distinguished speakers from around 10 a.m. All the way to break 11, about 11. The first speaker is going to be Dr. I think it's Christopher Witt. He's from Canada, received his degree at Memorial University, Canada. He's been dedicating his life for about 5 years in underwater acoustics, wide-scale ocean acoustic monitoring projects, and currently he is serving as president of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society. He's going to deliver his presentation on the Ocean Engineering Society activities to support the Ocean Decade. Briefly, I would like to introduce as well our second speaker afterwards, Dr. Andi Eka Satya from BRIN Indonesia, and I will detail later on. And then our third speaker is going to be Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin. He is the Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission, UNESCO in France. And then our fourth speaker is going to be Dr. Sean Gulick from University of Texas at Austin. And the last one, hope is not the latest. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting talk, I suppose. The topic is going to be marine pollution by persistent toxic substance in the deep sea ecosystem by Shin Takahashi Sensei from Ehime University, Japan. Allow me to start the first presentation from Christopher Witt, the president of the IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society. I think it's going to be, I don't know how many minutes, but anyway, you may start now, Chris, if you do not mind to call you Chris, or Christopher perhaps.
I'm honored to be invited to speak at this conference. I'm very excited to see the results of the hard work of the organizing.
I think we haven't. All right, there you are.
I'm honored to be invited to speak at this conference. I'm very excited to see the results of the hard work of the organizing committee and the OES-TEMS joint chapter. I'm going to talk about how the Oceanic Engineering Society plans to participate in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, the Ocean Decade. Now, I know many of you already know a bit about the ocean decade, but I'll start with a small overview, and then I'll talk about how OES plans to be involved and fit into that picture. And then at the end, I will give you some suggestions of how you can be involved. I find it helpful to review the vision and mission of the ocean decade. It's a very clear vision, the science we need for the ocean we want. And in the mission, I like the word transformative because I think of all the technology that's needed to enable the better scientific understanding of the ocean, which is the goal of the ocean decade, to then allow policymakers and governments to better manage the ocean to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And that need for technology and for innovation is an opportunity for our communities. You are probably already familiar with the 7 goals that focus on outcomes that we want at the end of the decade. The first 3 here, the clean ocean, the healthy ocean, the predicted ocean, and the Sustainable Development Goals that they align with are given on the Ocean Decade website and in some of the information they have. The next 3, the safe ocean, the sustainable productive ocean, the transparent accessible ocean, especially the safe ocean. I think we'll be hearing some talks related to that goal in this conference. But I like to think of what connects them all, again, is the innovation and technology needed to produce those outcomes. I find the 7th goal particularly interesting, and it's very exciting to see all of the energy and the momentum that's already developing around the inspiring and engaging ocean goal. And this is an opportunity, I think, for many people to be involved, because as society at large better understands and better appreciates the importance of the ocean, then that helps us to achieve success in all of our specific technical fields that are dedicated to improving technology in the ocean. On top of the 7 outcomes, there are the challenges for the decade, 10 challenges for 10 years. And I'm not going to go through them in detail, although, again, one of the challenges about multi-hazard warning systems and community preparedness, I think, is very relevant to the topic of this conference. But through all of the challenges, you'll see, again, the need for innovation and technology to address the challenges, to achieve the outcomes that are desired from the decade. So how does OES plan to be involved? Well, I'd like to divide our activities into 2 categories. One is bringing engineering and technology to the ocean decade, and the other is bringing the ocean decade to engineering and technology. And I'll start with the second, bringing the ocean decade to engineering and technology. So, bringing the ocean decade to our communities, you could think of it as awareness, outreach. We are learning and telling our colleagues and our networks about the ocean decade, the outcomes, the challenges, and how we could all help to achieve those outcomes for sustainable development. What do we plan to do? Well, we have our main conference, the Oceans Conference and Exhibition, and of course we will have keynote speakers and plenary sessions and special sessions at that conference. We also plan to have a variety of other activities to raise awareness among our members, our people that attend our workshops and events. So those could be chapter activities, there could be special workshops, it could be awards and recognition. And a third interesting one is OES has the opportunity to reach out and raise awareness among other parts of IEEE and communicate the Ocean Decade goals to members of IEEE that are passionate about the ocean and passionate about sustainability. I'll talk about a few of those things specifically. Of course, the next event that's coming up is Oceans 2022 Chennai, which happens in February. And the theme, Inspire, Innovate, and Sustain, is very relevant to the Ocean Decade. There are going to be plenary speakers related to sustainable ocean economy and climate change, a panel discussion on climate change, and a student hackathon. I hope that some of you can plan to attend. It will be available in person as well as virtually or hybrid. Now, our OES young professionals are already working with the Ocean Decade Early Career Ocean Professionals. Many of you are aware of the IEEE YP affinity group, and the Ocean Decade has an ECOP group that is working to communicate the Ocean Decade to students and young professionals and early career professionals, and our YP group is already engaged with them and promoting activities on social media, and I'll talk a bit more about that at the end. We plan to use our publications to raise awareness of the Ocean Decade to our members. There's going to be an editorial in the next edition of JOE. There's an article in the September issue of the OES Beacon newsletter to our members. And we have an online webzine called Earthzine. And our social media team is going to use our social media channels on Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook to highlight Ocean Decade relevant activities. And then things that are worthy of wider awareness, we might put articles in Earthzine about that. So those are just a few ways that we are bringing awareness of the Ocean Decade to our members, to people that participate in our communities. Now a little bit about how we can bring our engineering and technology expertise to the Ocean Decade. Again, we plan to do a variety of activities, including presentations and technical talks and special sessions. We'd like to organize complementary events at other scientific conferences to complement the sessions in our Oceans Engineering Technical Conference. We could have local activities just like this event. This conference is a great example of a chapter activity that supports the Ocean Decade. And one of the big things that I think we can do is facilitating other IEEE members becoming involved in the Ocean Decade as well. So I'll just talk about a few specific things that we're already doing related to bringing technology to the Ocean Decade. As many of you know, IEEE is the world's largest professional organization dedicated to advancing technology. And OES is only one society out of 45 societies and councils. So inevitably there are many, many other people who are passionate about the ocean and passionate about sustainability who are participating in other societies, not OES. So this year, as president of OES, I joined the IEEE Sustainability Committee, and the IEEE Committee on Sustainable Development is working to support activities across all of IEEE that contribute to SDGs. And so with working with that group, we are going to connect with some of those people across IEEE that are passionate about the ocean and passionate about sustainability, and hope to bring more energy to the work that's going into the Ocean Decade. Now, already within IEEE OES, we have volunteers that contribute to a thing called Ocean's Best Practices. Ocean Best Practices is a system to capture methodologies and best practices to improve ocean science. And they have an Ocean Practices for the Decade activity. So our members are helping to develop scientific methods that improve interoperability and reliability of data, which contributes to the Ocean Decade. And one of the more interesting things that we're doing is partnering with other organizations, other societies. Ocean Sciences meeting is a large science conference that's not affiliated with IEEE, but this year for the first time, OES is a co-sponsor of Ocean Sciences meeting, and we were going to explore developing partnerships like that to contribute to bringing technology to the science that is needed to achieve the Ocean Decade goals. So to summarize a little bit, we want to bring engineering and technology to the Ocean Decade through our conferences, through our local communities and chapters and events, and through the larger resources of IEEE. OES has set aside some initiative funding to support our Ocean Decade activities next year, and as we get more people involved and more volunteers and more activities, we will look for ways to access the resources of the larger IEEE organization. So I'd like to wrap up by talking about a few ways that we all can stay involved with the Ocean Decade and OES. Of course, I mentioned Oceans 2022 Chennai. We also have a next Oceans is Hampton Road, Virginia in October of 2022. And we have other workshops that are happening around the world through the next few years. And most of our workshops or symposia will have some Ocean Decade connection or theme or special event. You could coordinate Ocean Decade events with other OES chapters. Again, this conference is a great example of an event that supports the Ocean Decade. And other OES chapters around the world are doing things related to the Ocean Decade. And it's great when chapters can have joint events and have virtual meetings and collaborate together to work towards the goals of the Ocean Decade and to work to build your own networks to connect with other OES members around the world. Now, the OES Ocean Decade Committee is coordinating our activities within the society, and we could always use more people helping with our own planning and coordination at the society level. If you're interested in that, you can email me directly and ask how you can get involved. I mentioned already the OES YP committee is participating with the Ocean Decade ECOP section, and ECOPS Asia is a network of early career ocean professionals in Asia Pacific that are working on Ocean Decade activities. The next thing that they're doing is a session on science communication at the Westpac Ocean Decade Kickoff Conference happening next week. There's a link here if you'd like to find out more about the Westpac Kickoff Conference or the ECOP session specifically. And I did mention ocean best practices and the ocean practices for the decade, and they also could use volunteers if people are interested in improving methodologies and interoperability of data and things related to standards or best practices. So I'd like to thank you very much for your time and attention, and look forward to working with all of you to achieve the outcomes of the Ocean Decade, the science we need for the ocean we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. To all our audience, yes, true, it is, some of you contact me directly that it is a recording presentation actually, but Christopher is here. Afterwards, he's going to have a direct question and answer after all our 5 speakers today has been presented their respective presentation. I think, well, anyway, I would like to say good morning to perhaps a good afternoon or good evening to Chris. Hi, Chris.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm glad to be here.
All right, thank you for a nice presentation. We will have a question and answer afterwards. Now I would like to present our second speaker, Dr. Andy Ekasakia. He's from Research and Innovation agency BRIN Indonesia. He's currently a senior principal engineer at the National Center for Weather Modification Technology. I think you have 15 minutes for your presentation, Dr. Andi. You may start your presentation now, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Arifianto, and good day, everybody. Let me share my screen then to start with. I don't know whether this has been seeable. Yeah. Okay, let me first thanks to the Secretariat for having given us, both of us, the opportunity, and it's indeed quite honored to share the preliminary assessment concerning the establishment of Ocean Decade Tsunami Program that is established in June 2021 during the 31st sessions of IOC Assembly. And glad that Chris has explained and touched upon the decade program, so that it is not necessarily for me to explain about the Ocean Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. And especially in this regard, we are talking about the social outcomes related to observations, multi-hazard, preparedness, digital representative of ocean, and especially on tsunami. And our preliminary assessments lead to the present challenge of Indonesian tsunami early warning system in the context of the Decade Tsunami Program. The coverage of the presentations will first related with the Decade Tsunami Program and Tsunami Ready, and then followed by strategic pillars of Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, and then present state of Indonesian Tsunami Warning and System. And then before closing remark, I will touch upon the challenge in the context of the decade, especially Indonesian Tsunami Warning System. On the Decade Tsunami Program and Tsunami Ready, as you can see here, it's quite rather crowded, but this is very important because it's just been started in June. And as you know that during the World Tsunami Awareness Day, United Nations has declared that tsunami has been listed as one of the most dangerous disasters. And accordingly, the Decade Tsunami Program outlines 6 focus areas. Namely, the first is expansions of existing observational system, including seismometer, coastal tide gauge, and deep ocean tsunamimeter to fill identified gap. And then the second is deployment of new technologies to address observational gaps, to include deep ocean telecommunication cables such as smart subsea cable. We see that Dr. Bruce Ho will give a speech on that, and also some of the activities of the PBPT has been also broadcasted related with the INA CBT. The third is a wide expansion of data access availability and development of capability for real times and near real time sea level to forecast tsunamis from all sources. And then fourth, increased access and regular updates to the collections of coastal topographic and bathymetry data, as well as high performance computational capabilities to enable more timely, accurate, and comprehensive tsunami forecast to better advise community response. And then 5 is access to data, tools, and communication platform, protocols, and training to timely and effectively warn coastal and maritime communities. And then the 6th is the 100% of communities at risk of tsunami prepared and resilience to tsunami, implementing the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready program. The Tsunami Ready program is a voluntarily international performance-based community recognition program modeled after the US NOAA National Weather Services and built resilience communities through awareness and preparedness strategies that will protect life livelihood, property from tsunamis in different regions. This is achieved through a collaborative effort to meet a standard level of tsunami preparedness through the fulfillment of a set established indicators. There are 12 indicators, 12 parameters, as you can see here, 3 related with assessment, and then 5 parameters related to preparations, and then 4 parameters related to community response. Since its initiative, there have been several countries or regions that were recognized as tsunami ready by UNESCO, such as Caribbean, for example, in 2016, and Samoa in 2017, India in 2020, and 6 other countries piloted the program, and 8 countries are in progress now. Now let me start with the strategic pillars of Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. The International Intergovernmental Coordination Group for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, or abbreviated as IOTWMS, was formed in response to the tragic tsunami in 2024, supported by 24 active members, countries in Indian Oceans. There are 3 regional tsunami center or provider in terms of that, that is Australia, India, and Indonesia. On its medium-term strategic plan for 2019 to 2024, the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System identified 3 strategic pillars for tsunami early warning system based on the consideration of effective warning chains. Namely, first is hazard risk assessment and reductions. Then second is detections, warning and dissemination. And the third pillar, public awareness, preparedness and response. In 2018, I2WMS reinitiated a kind of survey for all member states of those pillars, and as can be seen in this figure, and found at the overall that 75% of pillar 1 has been fulfilled. On the second pillar is about 85% on average, and whereas pillar number 3 on community awareness, preparedness, response, as well as exercise is about 50%, which is the lowest. And apart from these conditions, if the Decade Tsunami Program, if viewed from the strategic pillar of Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, then there are items that can be linked and connected. The blue colors here shown that interlink each other with the pillar second. For example, the expansion of existing observational system, and then deployments of new technology, wide expansions of real and near real-time data, increased access and regular updates to coastal topographic, bathymetric data computational capabilities. This is related with the second pillar, that is detection, warning, and dissemination. And the red one shows the risk assessments and reductions, as well as awareness, preparedness, and response. But in the perspective of communities at risk, we have to underline that there are also additional 12 parameters of tsunami ready, which ambitiously targeted to be 100% by 2030. In addition to that, part of that, Indonesia is threatened by 16 megathrust zones, and although 295 active faults have been identified, and after the gigantic tsunami in 2004, supported by 5 donor countries and coordinated by UNESCO, Indonesia has developed the so-called Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System, involving more than 15 national institutions. In its use, let me say, the Indonesian Tsunami Early Warning System was officially inaugurated in 2008. It is capable of delivering tsunami warning within 5 minutes after earthquake has been identified, and since then it becomes the part of 24/7 operational system. The system was developed by implementing upstream and downstream approach, And the upstream part related to the detection, warning, and disseminations of the warning. And downstream part is related to reaching out the communities affected through intermediary institutions. The current state of warning has been able to disseminate it through mobile applications so that everybody can easily access to the information. And during the course of operations up to now, INATUS has successfully delivered 25 tsunamis warning. 7 out of them were without tsunami. Apart from that, in addition to that, the presidential regulations number 8093 2019 concerning the strengthening of INATUS involves several national agencies. In the detection part, INATUS currently has approximately 400 seismograph, 170 towed gates, 5 inexpensive device for sea level measurement, 24 automatic water levels, and 6 tsunami buoys. And in the near future, it prepares to deploy several buoys, tide gates, cable-based tsunameter, and tomography, as well as a number of IDSL and seismograph. In the processing part, there is a decision support system had been added, including tsunami observation and simulations terminal, or TOAST, that deliver the information of tsunami wave arrival, height, and time, completed with the event summary and moment tensor views. More than 80,000 tsunami scenarios also added, has been added. In the dissemination mode, the previously 5-in-1 system has been modernized utilizing social media. In addition to that, specifically to support risk assessment map and analysis with the coastal topographic and bathymetric, a National Ocean Data Center has also been established by the Assessment and Applications of Technology Agency, which is now integrated with the National Research and Innovation Agency. The so-called INA-NUDC is in fact integrating all marine environment and ecosystem, as well as INATOC data and information from all Indonesian institutions. The system has been officially launched during our Ocean Talk back in 2018 in Bali, and it's sometimes to develop the system and data collections, and the portal is currently open. And part of the risk assessment, National Center for Earthquake Study has published its recent investigations concerning the latest active faults, research on seismic gaps, and its pre-estimated scale of earthquake magnitude have also been published by several prominent Indonesian researchers. Development of temporary evacuation centers, including the signage, exercise practices, are the locally initiated through the I2WMS by Indonesian Ocean Wave Program. Indonesia has also submitted ISO for community space warning. The SOP has also been updated with the progress. As stated before, Indonesia is endangered by 6 earthquake source subduction zones with 16 megathrust zone segmentation, and 200 at least has been identified, 295 active faults. In addition to that, recently, a near field type, the so-called atypical tsunamis, have added into the tsunamigenic sources. From the regional perspective, based on the Indonesia Disaster Risk Index published recently by National Disaster Management Office, 23 out of 34 provinces, 265 out of 514 regency and cities, which totally sum up into 46% of Indonesia coastline, are vulnerable to tsunami. The threat extends to the fact that the type of tsunami in Indonesia is not solely tectonic. Even specifically tectonic, based on Kanamori category, there is also some type that fulfill characteristic of tsunami earthquake. An extraordinarily large tsunami due to long durations in the rupture and slow ruptures in speed that cause destructive run-up amplitude along the coastline. Indonesia has thus faced 3 types of different tsunamigenic sources. According to the statistical data from BMKG, the percentage is as follows. The source of tsunami, tectonic tsunamigenic is about 60%, tsunami earthquake is 30%, and the typical, including also the unknown cause, are around 60%. As a closing remarks, our preliminary assessment led to the following summary. In INATUS, since it was inaugurated in 2008, has made a lot of progress, both on the upstream and downstream sides. However, there are still so many things that pose as challenges, especially when viewed from the perspective of decade tsunami program, particularly fulfilling 100% of tsunami ready. For example, in the risk assessment part, increasing the number of risk assessment map with regard to locally tsunamigenic specific threats related to 3 types of tsunamigenic regions. Following that, in the monitoring part, sustaining effort to reduce the uncertainty of locally fit for purpose detection warning. Furthermore, the challenge on extending the tsunami practice, exercise, and training to push it to become official curricula, for example, and regular practice adopted by community at risk, particularly in the area that directly impacted by tsunami. And lastly, is to advocate in increasing the number of regions to adopt tsunami ready program, which may take more time to cover the 265 regency and cities vulnerable to tsunami. And that concludes my presentation, and thank you, Pak Arifianto. Back to you then.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Andi, for presentation and updates to the Indonesian current condition on the tsunami threat. It is interesting, and it's kind of coincide at the moment after the Christopher presentation and after Dr. Andi. And I would like to call our next presentation. It's going to be another recorded presentation from Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission at UNESCO in France. He is unfortunately cannot be around us today, and I believe if you have questions for him, the committee is going to forward your question to Dr. Vladimir, and then the response is going to be sent to you afterwards. I think the committee, you can start Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, all courtesies observed, and please allow me to thank you for inviting me to speak at your engineering innovation conference focused on the decade. And in order to be more useful, I would like to share my screen and present to you a talk on the decade and of ocean science for sustainable development, and also with potential advice on how Indonesia could benefit from and contribute to the conference. So, you know, I would like to say that basically the Agenda 2030, the Agenda of Sustainable Development, is ocean intensive and ocean science intensive. We will not be able to live better and more sustainably without the help of the ocean. But you know, the state of the ocean requires significant attention. And already in 2016, of course, this was not the first message, but in 2016, United Nations conducted the first assessment of the state of the marine environment. And the main conclusion from that assessment was that the humankind was running out of time to start managing the ocean sustainably. Since then, we already have the second World Ocean Assessment. We have an assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Bioecosystem Services with the same conclusion about the ocean. We have a special report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that was focused on the cryosphere and the ocean in changing climate, the same conclusion. And very recently, we had the sixth assessment report The first working group of that of IPCC also came up with very important message that we need to save the ocean to live for the future. You know, this message, of course, is negative, but I would like to not to send to you the message of gloom and doom, and would like to refer to the deliberations of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, which comprises 14 heads of state and government. That means leaders at the level of presidents and or prime ministers, and out of these 14 countries, Indonesia was also represented. So that high-level panel actually was able to analyze the latest science and was able to come up with in our relation with the ocean that would be leading to much more sustainable use of the ocean. And these countries, including Indonesia, resolved that they would like to start sustainably managing 100% of the ocean area under their national jurisdiction. It means the exclusive economic zones by the year 2025. What can be a better message for the ocean? But this message is also science intensive. So if we start managing the ocean, then we'll be able to generate 6 times more food from the ocean, and this is mostly coming from not non-fed aquaculture. We can generate 40 times more energy from the ocean in a renewable way, and also actually I'm recording this message from Glasgow, where I attend the Conference of Parties of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the whole world really strives to keep the most ambitious goal of the Paris Agreement on climate to the level of 1.5 degree. So the ocean can really help in that case. But in principle, of course, all these advantages and also well much more powerful ocean economy are only possible if we start managing the ocean on the basis of science. This requires, as the high-level panel has it, data reform, sustainable ocean planning, and that's exactly the role of ocean science to enable this. But on top of that, we need to reconsider our national accounting in relation to the ocean, de-risk financial investments in the role of the ocean, and of course, stop land-based pollution of the ocean. So that is exactly the purpose of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, the United Nations body for ocean science that I'm the head of, to propose to United Nations the decade of ocean science. You see on this slide the title page of that proposal that reads "The Ocean We Need for the Future We Want." And the General Assembly in 2017 indeed approved that proposal and proclaimed the decade of United Nations of ocean science for sustainable development for the years 2021, 2030, and many scientists, many organizations, including from Indonesia, participated in the design of the decade. And we presented the implementation plan to the General Assembly in 2020. It was taken note with appreciation, and now we are already in the decade. So the vision of the decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. And that science is taken in a very specific way. You know, what you do, engineering, technology, innovation, leading to practical use of the ocean and ocean sustainability is part of that decade. So very few words about the implementation plan that you can actually review if you go to the Decade website, and that the address is very clear: oceandecade.org, Ocean Decade in one word. And we would like to see decade outcomes as the qualities of the ocean in terms of having the ocean clean, healthy, resilient, productive, predicted, safe, accessible, inspiring, and engaging. And ladies and gentlemen, you can easily judge that, you know, inspiring and engaging is not about the ocean water, it's about us people. And the initial 10 areas of work, which we call Ocean Decade Challenges, to understand and fight pollutants, to also understand and preserve and manage ecosystems, generate more food from the ocean, generate more money from the ocean that would be contributing to a reduction of poverty. And this will be done all under conditions of climate change. The ocean climate nexus is crucial. And I would like to say that in the COP26, negotiators from many countries undervalue the role that ocean can play in solving the climate dilemma. But the climate will change. Ocean-related risks that are so well known for Indonesia will persist and will be aggravating because of the climate change, tropical cyclones, sea level rise, because of the vulnerability of the coastal zones. And in Indonesia, you cannot forget about tsunamis. And addressing these issues requires observing the ocean at the new level. And at present, we can observe the ocean systematically and well enough in terms of its physics, except the polar regions, except the deep ocean. But we need also to add to that biogeochemistry, biology, ecology, and hopefully also social matters. We have to represent the ocean in digital way. That means analysis and reanalysis of the ocean, its past, current state, and also predictions for the future. And we cannot do it only by developed countries. Everyone has to be able to participate in this process and benefit from the new level of ocean science that requires capacity development under the most important motto, leave no one behind. And also this may lead, and it should lead, to the behavior change in relation to the ocean. An ocean is no longer considered as a waste bin, but it's considered, it's a part of our life. We are all part of the ocean, and we will not be able to survive without the ocean. And we hope to achieve that change through ocean literacy, that more people will know their relation to the ocean and how they affect the ocean. That's basically the decade in the nutshell. And I would like to say that the result in the first call for actions of the decade. And we received more than 200 different ideas. We worked with all of them. And from those ideas, we invited people to speak, to co-design decade programs. And now we have 31 decade programs approved, and also 6 actions from the United Nations agencies, dozens and dozens of projects. And I would like to say that this is not that traditional ocean science that we all know. Of course, there are, I would say, more traditional ways of extending the science towards, for example, studying more the deeper ocean. And you can read that slide. You will see that the focus is on the coasts, also from the source to the sea, from the river mouth to the coast, studying biodiversity, focusing on coral reefs, so important for Indonesia. But I would like also to say that this is a totally new approach, because we have previously non-existent looks at the ocean, cultural heritage, underwater cultural heritage, ocean voices, protecting the ocean, the decade of ocean empathy. I'm particularly touched by that program. And this is also social science and also generation of community. We now have a network of early career ocean professionals. One program is intended to empower women in leading the decade. So this is not just that science that we used to imagine when we think about the ocean science, like putting a water bottle in the ocean or flying satellites. This is a science that has very strong social orientation. So we also focus on regions. Pacific is the first region that was approved, and we would like to really create a value chain from the ocean science that will be leading through societal actions, from observations and research to managing the ocean sustainably and living in harmony with the ocean. I would like to say that on the 25th and 26th of November, there will be a conference on the decade, kickoff conference in the West Park region. And I really invite you to participate in the conference. This conference will be, I think, engaging the regional community. I would like to say that the BMKG our dear partner came up with the proposal that was endorsed for a project activity focusing on the role of Krakatau, volcano Krakatau after the Zunda Strait tsunami, after the collapse of the slope of the volcano, definitely, and also after the Palu tsunami. This is very important that there is activity focused on the tsunami. I would like to say that in the course of the decade, the tsunami program of IOC will be expanded technically and also societally, because we are going to develop a tsunami-ready program, making all coastal communities that are prone to tsunami risk tsunami ready. So I would like to invite you to, now I'm speaking about Indonesia, I would like to invite you to establish a national committee. We already have, I would say, 23, 25 committees that we are just putting this on the website. So please go to the website, once again, oceandecade.org, but that is now the extension National Ocean Decade Ecosystem, and you will see how to do this. There are some guidelines for that, and you're really, you know, Indonesia is the center of the maritime continent. So ladies and gentlemen, without you, Decade will not be successful, and Indonesia will definitely be benefit from the science that is going to be created in the decade. So let me just come back to the start of my presentation when I stated that United Nations assessed the situation in the ocean, that humankind was running out of time to start managing the ocean sustainably. We wanted to change that. And I think we are changing this. It's very difficult, but now with your help, I think we can really make a big difference. And the decade will be a very important mechanism in doing so. So I can state that the decade is capable and also seems to start creating a renaissance in ocean science and technology. This is based on the approach that we have taken, co-designing science, technology, and how this correlates with economy and ethics, and the vision now that we can have that with the decade, with the science, we will know the ocean better. You can only love what you know, and the decade will take us into a totally new level, much more harmonious level in our human relations with the ocean. So with that, I would like to thank you once again for your attention and wish you a very successful continuation of your conference. Thank you so much. I'm stopping sharing the screen.
Thank you for Dr. Vladimir Yabinin. I would like to, before I move to the next our presentation by Professor Sean Gulick from Texas, I would like to remind you, if you have any questions, and you can use the chat room, or send your question directly to the committee, and then we will direct the question accordingly afterwards, after the presentation. I believe Son is around, is present at the moment. Hi,
yes,
Son.
I'm here.
All right, good. You have 15 minutes to start. You may start now.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, does that look fine?
Looks good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, great. So what I'm going to talk about is rapid responses to geologic events, and what I mean by that is the technologies needed and the efforts needed to be put into from various countries to respond to any other countries or their own natural hazards, whether it's an earthquake or a tsunami or even a major storm. And just some of the lessons learned from some of the responses that we've done to the 2004 event in Sumatra, the 2011 event in Japan, as well as the two recent major earthquakes in Haiti, just as examples. And so some of the key things are, why would you need to do this? Well, it's to collect the data that goes away if you don't get onto the scene of a natural disaster quickly. It's also to test the causes and effects of an event, to calibrate what our record is of past events so we can get maybe some statistics about the hazards, install monitoring equipment, as we heard about so much on the tsunami warning, which is really great, and then interpret the data for insights into how we can think about geologic processes and hazard, and inform communities of preparedness and risk. So just some examples, it's key to get out there and map event beds that tell you about a particular event, to map faults or landslides from an earthquake, for instance, to seek ways to differentiate whether something in the past is a geologic event or a storm or what is it, and to acquire data that takes place after an event, like aftershocks or ground motions, things like that. So I'm just going to talk about sort of a couple of different case studies here. First of all, the Haiti events, and then the subduction zone events, most recent big ones, the Sumatra and the Tohoku events. So let's start with Haiti. So this is the Caribbean plate here in right between North America and South America. The island of Hispaniola is right up here at the top of the screen, and Haiti is sort of the western half of this island. And made international news, the 2010 event, and then just this year there was another event in 2021 that basically ruptured along the same fault system. And so we actually did an international team, French, Haitians, and United States responded in 2010. And again, there's a team about to go out and respond to the 2021 event. So here's what this looks like. This is now Haiti, zoomed in on Haiti, and the place where the 2010 event happened was right where the star is. It was actually mostly strike slip, so mostly a lateral slip, but it had a fairly significant amount of up and down or thrust motion. And then surprisingly, a lot of the aftershocks of the event were actually north of the event on a whole bunch of thrust faults. And then in 2021, something very similar actually happened. So 11 years later, the next segment of this boundary ruptured, caused a lot of damage, not nearly as much as 2010, partly because it was much more rural, but the same thing happened with a lot of deformation north of the event. And so one of the reasons this is such a big deal to think about from an international perspective is this was only a magnitude 7. Completely different than the magnitude 9 events that occurred in Japan and Indonesia. Yet, hundreds of thousands of lives were lost. And that's partly because of the buildings that were really built to withstand storms, not built to withstand earthquakes. So that kind of multi-hazard look at thinking about infrastructure and preparedness is something really important to consider. So here's just a shot from a satellite view of the actual motion of the ground, where you can kind of count the rainbows, as each one of those represents 10 centimeters of vertical motion. This is the town of Leogan, which actually received about 1.6 G accelerations, which at that point, if you have mostly concrete buildings, is really going to flatten almost all the buildings. So it was a real tragic event. And this location of this, you can see, kind of goes offshore into the waters. And so the rapid response that was done was to take a ship and go look for where those fault went in the marine part of the record. We had Haitian collaborators all the way through this, including several people who, like Roby here, who completed his PhD and is now a professor. So it's kind of a fantastic training opportunity and direct collaboration. You can see some of the technology used in the background, which is a coring device. Also mapping the seafloor with multi-beam bathymetry data, and mapping in a very high resolution beneath the seafloor with data like a chirp sub-bottom profiler here. And then basically just a map of this kind of rapid response, showing up in a ship and going out and mapping very close to where the damage happened. And being able to see things like this, where you can clearly see the faults going offshore in the bathymetry, and then being able to map with some sub-bottom data in the subsurface and actually seeing the layers of the rocks right beneath the seafloor that are clearly offset by an event that we think was probably what just occurred there in 2010. And then you could also see visual signs of it, uplifts of corals, just like occurred in Sumatra in 2004, but also places where enormous amounts of subsidence happened. You can see these drowned trees, for instance. And then a big thing is to actually be able to go and track the event itself in the nearby ocean basins. So all these little circles are a place where a core was taken. And in several occasions, you could actually find a deposit from the current event. And then looking back deeper in the core, you could find paleo events and be able to start thinking about the statistics of these hazards, which is really key. Okay, and then just what's about to happen in another few weeks is that the ship, the Pelican, is going to go out and they're going to actually head just west of Haiti and investigate the 2021 event. The key thing to realize is that back in the 18th century, there was a 1751 event that completely destroyed Port-au-Prince at the time, and then a 1770 event. And then if you go west of that, there was actually events in Jamaica. There was even an event a little bit earlier in Jamaica in 1692. But we know nothing about the segment in between and how dangerous that might be. So that's the plan, is to go out and actually map this and do some of those same kind of technologies. So that's pretty exciting. And hopefully they'll find some really important things and be able to advise on risk. Okay, now switching to subduction zones, thinking about the 2004 event, thinking about the Japanese event in 2011 and other concerning events in the future. One of the big concerns here is that a lot of the action, this is just meant to be the ocean and the land, if you will, with a subducting plate beneath. A lot of the action is actually, tens of kilometers down. And in many cases, these things can break with a big earthquake and not actually cause much of a tsunami. However, as we know, in 2004 and 2011, there were major tsunamis generated. And so the thought is those either go up shallow faults this way, or they go all the way out to the seafloor trench. And so why might that be? Well, these two events have turned out to be incredibly important for understanding how dangerous this can be and trying to investigate these things. I don't need to tell this community how dangerous these were and how devastating they were. And what can be done is some comparison of how different the events were, yet both had major tsunamis. So this is just looking at how long the rupture, how long the shaking happened in seconds along the bottom, or hundreds of seconds along the bottom, versus the intensity. And what's really different is in the 2004 event, it shook for almost 10 minutes. Right, so not quite as intense, but for a really long time. And in the 2011 Japan event, it was really intense, but much shorter lived. And so that's an interesting difference. Turns out we might be able to understand that when we actually look at what broke and being able to look at the data. And so in the 2004 event, this is approximately the area of the rupture, right? So it starts down here in the south and ruptures all the way to the north, so from all the way into Indian waters, in fact. It's the greatest fault length rupture that we've recorded of any earthquake yet in human lifetimes. And like I said, it ruptured for something like 10 minutes. And there's an evidence it may have ruptured all the way to the trench. And that may have been one of the biggest reasons for the tsunami. What's that evidence? Well, this is a rapid response that we did to go out and actually image across the margin with basically geophysical data. And so this is an area that's basically the shelf, if you will, and this goes down into the deep sea. And this is now looking down into the layers as they're approaching into Sumatra. And if you zoom in on this, you can see that all of these are very thick piles of sediment that actually originally come from the Himalayas and are carried down into this trench and are being kind of pushed up against the margin. And there's on the order of 4.5 kilometers of sediments there. What that means is what is actually being thrust up into this margin are not soft, squishy sediments, but in fact rocks. And so what breaks down here is actually, a full breakable rock that has the ability to hold a lot of energy, much like you would expect from something deeper beneath the margin. And so we think that what that sort of argues for is, rather than an earthquake that started deep and kind of peters out as it gets out towards the trench because it's squishy stuff, let's say, or an earthquake that maybe short circuits and goes up to the seafloor. In the case of the 2004 event, because it's so thick and so rock-like, let's say, that the rupture actually made it all the way out to the trench, and the entire margin was able to move, generating such a dangerous tsunami. And so where else should we be looking for this kind of hazard is a key question. Now, 2011, Japan turned out to be totally different. So here's the rupture. And you can see as it moved towards the trench, it actually increased in its speed and the amount it slipped. So it completely different than Sumatra, where it kept going out to the trench and it moved the trench, but then it really ruptured to the north. In this case, it ruptured all the way out to the toe and actually ruptured the very most all the way out at the deepest part of the trench, which is very unusual. Why is that? Well, it turns out we think we have some ideas. And one of the really useful things here is that there was some data collected before the event. There was multi-beam bathymetry surveys collected in 1999. So that's like topography of the seafloor, again in 2004. And then they were able to collect it in 2011. And if you take the 2011 data and you subtract the 99 data or the 2004 data, they show the same thing, which is the seafloor right at the trench moved by at least 50 meters all at once, which is an amazing discovery, basically. And then they went out and did a rapid response with a drill ship, actually drilled into this location. And what they found right at the area that it slipped was some very slippery red clays. So basically that there was local geology that helped enhance the slip as the rupture made it out to the seafloor. So again, some real data that you can get by looking at these events and thinking about what the risks might be. And of course, the biggest risk in this case, or the biggest hazard, actually turned out to be the failure of the Fukushima nuclear plant. The tsunami that's actually effectively the greatest degree of devastation occurred because of that event. But there is some good news, and that's that early warning systems actually, this is maybe our first case that we know they can work. Because Japan had a early warning system based on their seismometers that actually had about 1,000 seismometers all linked together that basically said, hey, a P wave, the initial earthquake wave, has arrived at these seismometers, but we haven't yet seen the more damaging S waves or the shear waves or the surface waves. And therefore they put out a warning that something was coming, and that about Tokyo itself had about a 1 minute warning. And 1 minute is enough time to shut things down, to take cover, whatever. And it's estimated it saved many lives just having that literally just 1 minute of warning. So early warning systems do make a difference. Okay, so a few lessons learned. We have to be thinking about multiple hazards in places. So Haiti is an example. They built their houses for hurricanes, but earthquakes or something they weren't thinking about. People prepare for the more frequent hazards, but we have to get in the consciousness and in the governmental responses to spend the money to prepare for the bigger, less frequent hazards. And to really understand these events, we need baseline data, we need data before, and then we should do rapid responses to try to understand what happened. And then that these early warning systems are really a key investment that's important to do. So anyway, thanks for your attention. Thanks for inviting me to this conference. It's been fascinating listening to the other speakers, and I'm happy to take questions at the end.
Thank you, Sean, for a nice presentation. It's such as fill in the gap between other speakers at the moment, where Christopher said about mentioning about societal effort, and then Dr. Andy is updating about the situation in Indonesia, and then Vladimir is touching about global effort in oceans, and then Sean touched a little bit in lesson learned from Haiti, Sumatra, as well as Japan case. And now I would like to connect to our last speaker in his presentation in his plenary, Professor Shin Takahashi. Is currently professor at Ehime University. Vice Director of Center Advanced Technology at Ehime University. His presentation is going to be marine pollution by persistent toxic substance in the deep sea ecosystem. I believe Takahashi Sensei is around us, I believe. All right, okay.
Thank you for a kind introduction.
Right, you may start your presentation.
Yeah,
Sensei.
okay.
Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Thank you. Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
yeah,
Thank
it's
you
clear,
very
right?
much, Dr. Arifianto, for your kind introduction. Good morning, good days, everyone. So first of all, I would like to express my great thanks to conference chair and all organizing committee members to invite me such a special international conference. It is my great honor and pleasure for delivering my talk in this conference. I guess you might have a lot of difficulty in this period due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite of such a hard situation, I would like to give you sincere acknowledgements on all your efforts to keep your scientific activities and all committee members to organize this conference. So today, my topic is marine pollution by persistent toxic substances in the deep sea ecosystem. During the last few decades, our research group have analyzed persistent toxic substances in various kinds of environment and biological samples, including those from remote areas like offshore and deep waters. Here, I would like to provide an overview of marine pollution by these contaminants in deep sea ecosystem based on the result of monitoring study conducted by our group and other researchers analyzing deep sea samples from Asia-Pacific waters. In this presentation, I would like to focus marine pollution by persistent organic pollutants, POPs, as a representative group of persistent toxic substances. POPs have been studied on their global contamination because of their persistency, bioaccumulative, long-range transportable, and toxic nature. These 12 groups of POPs, including DDT and other organochlorine pesticides, and polychlorinated biphenyls, PCB, and chlorinated dioxin and furans are listed in Stockholm Convention, entered into force since 2004. These well-known POPs are also called as legacy POPs. Historical research efforts on global fate of these POPs have indicated that oceans play an important role in the cycling and removal of POPs. Because of their semi-volatile nature, these compounds can be transported globally through the atmosphere. The source of POPs to the marine environment are river runoff, municipal and industrial discharges, and atmospheric deposition in open waters. Once in the aquatic environment, POPs can be dissolved in the water or partitioned onto particulate matter, then bioaccumulated in food webs, transferred to the deep water with marine snow, and eventually deposited in bottom sediments. It should be noted as an important role of the bottom sediment of deep sea that can act as a final sink and reservoir for such a persistent contaminants. However, contamination status and the distribution of POPs in deep sea environments are still unexplored in most of the locations of the world. Especially in Asia-Pacific region, there was much less information before our studies. In addition, it should be noted temporal trend of contamination of POPs in marine environment. Many monitoring studies on legacy POPs, which already prohibited their use and production, reported declining trend of the contamination in the coastal environment of developed nations, while recent study on emerging POPs, which have a similar physicochemical property and toxicity to legacy POPs, revealed increasing trend of contamination during the last few decades. The number of emerging POPs has also been increasing recently. For example, brominated flame retardant, PBDE and HBCD, perfluorochemicals, PFOS and P4, chlorinated naphthalenes and paraffins, and so on. So contamination level of these emerging POPs could be increased in future due to their recent usage and continuous release into the environment. However, there is less or no information on such a temporal trend of contamination of legacy or emerging POPs in deep sea environment. Based on such background, we have conducted POPs monitoring for deep sea ecosystem under the collaboration with Japan Coast Guard, National Science Museum, and Tokyo University, Japan. A part of the result, our study, has been reviewed in this book chapter. If you need, please ask me to send it. Our ocean survey were conducted during the 2001 to the 2015. We collected various shallow water and deep sea organisms from Region A of Tohoku, Western North Pacific, Region B, Sagami and Suruga Bays, and Region C, East China Sea. We selected these areas for monitoring because of high productive frontal areas. We also analyzed some archived samples stored in Environmental Specimen Bank in our university to compare the contamination status POPs between 1990s and 2000 or 2010s. We analyzed not only POPs, but also carbon and nitrogen isotopes in biological samples for evaluating their trophic magnification and species-specific accumulation. Based on the nitrogen isotope ratio, or delta 15N, we can estimate trophic levels of organisms. We clarified if any compounds are trophic magnified significantly, especially in case of emerging POPs, which have not yet studied well their trophic magnification. This figure showed one example of the trophic magnification and the species-specific accumulation of the POPs. In deep-sea benthic food webs in the Western North Pacific, POPs are such as PCB, DDT, and PBDE, having strong hydrophobic properties, showed a significant trend of trophic magnification, while HCHs and HBCDs indicate no significant trend due to lower lithophilicity than other POPs. Species-specific accumulation of PCB, DDT, and PBDE were also noted. Snub-nosed eels in this picture accumulated these hydrophobic organohalogen compounds at extremely high concentration. This species is known to have a strong carnivore and unique feeding habit. This fish had been found to burrow into the body of large fish, such as halibut and shark, and feed on their intestine. Relatively high concentration of these compounds were also found in some other large carnivore and or bottom-dwelling fishes. For further discussion on the spatial difference in the contamination status of POPs among locations, we exclude the data of such a large carnivore or bottom-dwelling fishes in the comparison, and all POPs concentration in fish were normalized by lipid weight basis. As results shown here, concentration of POPs in shallow and deep water fishes collected around Japan shows the highest level of the DDT fish from the East China Sea. In case of the PCB, fish from the Suruga Bay shows the highest concentration. This result reflects source distribution of POPs to some extent. Besides, levels in deep water fishes were often higher than in shallow water one, suggesting vertical transport of these compounds in high productive waters and bottom sediment as possible secondary source for food web. In fact, our previous study on POPs in sediment from East China Sea found higher concentration of DDT and PCB also in deep sea sediment from Okinawa Trough at the depths around 1,000 depth meter than those from shallow continental shelf. Interestingly, as seen here, higher proportion of para-para DDT, a relatively degradable parent compound in technical DDT, were observed in the sediment from deeper waters. This result indicates long-range transport of POPs and its long-term residence in the deep sea bed. We also detected emerging POPs such as PBDE and HBCDs in fish from deep waters, suggesting long-range transport and impact of these new contaminants even in deep sea ecosystem. On the other hand, the highest level of the HBCD, which has been used as an alternative brominated flame retardant, was found in shallow water fish from Sagami Bay among the locations. This may reflect recent or continuous input of HBCD from current industrial and municipal activity around this area. To evaluate temporal trend of the contamination of POPs, we analyzed archived samples of the selected deep sea fish at the 1990s. This figure showed a comparison of the concentration of POPs in the lantern fish collected between 1995 and 2005 in the Western North Pacific. As seen here, declining trend could be suggested in case of the DDT and chloroden, but not in other POPs, including PCB and HBCDs. Similarly, we evaluate temporal trend of contamination of PCB and other brominated flame retardants, PBD and DBDPE, in deep sea smelt and green eye, which were collected from deep water Suruga Bay, Sagami Bay in the 1990s and 2010s. As seen here, no declining trend found in case of the PCB, but significant increasing trend were noted in case of brominated flame retardants, PBD and DBDPE. This indicates, again, long-term residence of PCB and recent input of emerging POPs to the deep sea ecosystem. In addition to the monitoring studies, our colleagues have developed a numerical simulation model for predicting global oceanic fate for PCB. The model includes all major atmospheric, oceanic, and ecological processes with global emission inventory data of the PCB. The upper figure shows a distribution of the PCB predicted in surface water at the 1970s and 2007. And the lower figure shows a distribution predicted in the deeper water at the same period. As you can see here, rapid degradation and removal of PCB were estimated in the surface water, while in deep water, much different distribution and slower declining trend can be noted due to its continuous sinking and slow degradation in deep water. So we can say deep sea environment play as a role of final sink of POPs, and their distribution is strongly depending on the location. Another field observation on the accumulation of POPs in deep sea fauna has reported recently by UK researcher. They found high concentration of PCB up to around 2000 nanogram repeat weight in amphipod from Mariana Trench at approximately 10,000 meters of depth. This is a clear evidence for long-range transport of POPs and their bioaccumulation in the deepest ocean fauna. More recently, our research group also found POPs in Indonesian Surakanth under the collaboration with the Research Center for Oceanography, RIPI and BPPT, Indonesia, and Aquamarine Fukushima, Japan. Now we have a PhD student, Dede Farafudin, from RIPI, Indonesia. He analyzed PCB and other POPs in Surakanth, which was accidentally captured by a bottom drill net. As shown here, relatively high concentration of PCB were found in the Indonesian Surakanth, reflecting the pollution of POPs in the deep sea ecosystem in Indonesian waters. Here is a summary of the result obtained in the study on marine pollution by POPs in deep sea ecosystems. Based on these results, we can conclude POPs are long-range transported to the deep sea ecosystem, certainly. Once in the deep seas, POPs residue long-term period and can be incorporated in the food web, and thus slow recovery or continuous contamination by POPs in the deep sea ecosystem are predicted. So we have to control such type of persistent contaminants more carefully in the global scale. We need further monitoring and interdisciplinary studies on POPs in deep oceans, including Indonesian waters, to evaluate their global fate and continuous ecological risk. Our research group, Ehime University, has been collaborating with Indonesian researchers and students. We will continue to keep such academic relationship with BPPT, DP, and new organization, BRIN. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sensei, for the presentation. And I think it's already touched almost every aspect of the oceans and its problem. And from the committee that helping me at the moment, we have received very many questions at the moment. So with their help, we're going to sort them out. Not all of the questions are going to pass to our distinguished speakers at the moment. Would you please help me first and second and third questions? Hello. All right. Okay, there you are. This is the question for Mr. Christopher With. Could you answer them? Right.
Yes, as soon as I find the mute,
okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to talk about these several different topics here. First of all, IEEE Young Professionals membership. It's automatic with your IEEE membership. So if you're an IEEE member that meets the qualifications for a young professional, then you are already a member. The benefits, there's a lot of benefits, and it's a different kind of benefit from participating in a technical society like OES or TEMS or others. I'm sure that you may be publishing papers or attending conferences or having chapter events. The Young Professionals Affinity Group is more focused, in my experience, on career skills that are complementary to your technical skills. And the global YP network is an opportunity for people to meet other professionals who have similar career stages, career needs as you. So there's webinars and online events, I'm sure, but the best things are always the local events. And I know that the Indonesia section has a lot of YP members. I'm not very familiar with their specific activities, but I saw some things on their website, a conference that they had with some YP involvement. So I think becoming a YP member or taking advantage of your YP membership if you're already an IEEE member is to network and connect with other people who have a similar career phase as you. And a thing that's maybe not widely known is that if you wish to become a YP member and you are beyond the automatic criteria, so for me, I'm more than 15 years since my first degree or whatever the rule is in IEEE. But when you renew your membership, you can select to still become a YP member, and you still get the communications from the YP group globally and in your local chapter. Did you want me to answer another question or give another speaker a chance to respond to a question?
I think it's better to complete the anonymous question. I think it's 2 questions there. Best practices.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the second question about best practices, that's a really good question, and I'm not directly involved in the Ocean Best Practices group. I mean, I do some of that sort of thing in my career, my professional job, and my personal experience is that it is very challenging to document failures and lessons learned. I mean, documenting them individually is not hard, but accurately and reliably communicating those lessons and finding them again at a useful time in the future is a challenge. I would say that the Ocean Best Practices group has probably thought about this, but I don't know what activities they have related to documenting lessons learned. But if it's of interest, I could contact them and try to find out, or I'd encourage people who are interested to contact Ocean Best Practices directly. Their website's oceanbestpractices.org.
Excellent. Can we jump to the next speaker questions, perhaps, for Dr. Andi? Right, there you are. Dr. Andi, you may answer the first question from Bruce Howe.
Thank you very much, Bruce, with your questions and also some of other questions. Well, first is about the simulations that has been conducted. This is related, in fact, the effort that has been made by National Disaster Management Office, which tried to take all the data related to the fatalities, infrastructure destructions, and then they converted into the what's so-called indices, risk indices, and then also evaluated into the economic value. And some part of the result has been published, but not all of that. But it is starting to accumulate the data related with that type of thing. I don't know whether simulation have been conducted, but at least the data have been compiled by the National Disaster Management Office. Another type of question is, what is the most suitable technologies to detect a tsunami in Indonesia based on challenging geographical and geological conditions? Well, I would like to refer on to Sean's latest point related with the successful Japan, when they can detect the earthquake on Sendai within 1 minute. And I think this is the trend that BMKG is now trying to develop and to address the other tsunami-genic sources. Since, well, let me to also answer the third questions. The tsunami, the Indonesian tsunami early warning system has been developed based on the tectonic earthquake, tectonic earthquake, a strong earthquake that caused tsunami. But then the experience with the 3 latest tsunami shows that there has to be an additional effort to cover not only the tectonic one, because as you know that as I also said it into in my presentations, that even in tectonic ones there is also a slow earthquake that caused very extraordinarily devastating tsunami. So in that case, learning from Mentawai and then the southern part of Java, there is still kept on how to initiate or trigger to initiate the warning. And the second thing is the atypical one that has not been included with the system. And recently, through the president regulations, the MKK has put much effort trying to have another involvement from the institutions to think together on how to accommodate that type of cost. And that, I think, hopefully answering all the questions that has been submitted. I thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Andi. I would like to, perhaps the committee would like to help me. Question for Song? Oh, no. All right, there is one.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate these questions. The spatial awareness is a very interesting effort. There's been a bunch going on with social media, especially, all natural disasters have some different ways in which you can try to tap the capabilities of just people using cell phones, interacting, that can help you understand the responses of the public to the events. And assuming that is the definition of spatial awareness they're going for here, in which case, I know particularly there was a study in Hurricane Sandy that they used to track social media users and the way in which it actually increased people's awareness of the places that they should and should not go, and how it's actually a fairly successful experiment. And I think that kind of leveraging of the computer that everybody has in their pockets is great. when and if the networks that actually bear those are still available. And that's one of the biggest issues. GIS has been very capable for many of these catastrophic events in terms of capturing them. And also a lot of remote sensing data that where satellites have been able to be rerouted and used to get very rapid information that can then be basically delivered to the communities and decision makers. That's actually been incredibly helpful as well. So I think the limitation there actually is for people actually using cell phone based spatial awareness kind of things is if the networks stay up. The more remote stuff is just being able to leverage the resources, I guess. Okay, and then the second question, if you'd like me to go ahead and jump onto that, I think that's a really hard question ultimately, which is great. You know, part of the problem ends up being that a lot of the natural hazards are all linked in the sort of multi-hazard framework. I mean, we have the combination of climate change increasing, you know, what may have been a small disaster to be a larger disaster. We have linkages between things like the earthquakes, with the tsunamis, with the slow events, with wildfires, with, you know, unusually intense storms. And it can easily stretch the standard budgets for response. Also, it can very easily make it hard to reach the places that need to be responded to. And so I think maybe some of the lessons learned that probably has happened in Indonesia and many places is how hard it is actually to get into these disaster areas, especially if there's been overlapping hazards that have occurred along the way. So, you know, if you've actually had a wildfire that occurs in one place and then there's an earthquake in another, you can't actually get to it because you still have half your assets having responded to the first disaster and you can't get them to the second disaster. What does that mean? Probably it means actually we're going to need to spend more money. Every country is going to need to probably spend more money as we move into these next few decades, as we have these overlapping and in some cases increasing concerns from the natural world of natural hazards. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Okay, thank you. The question for Takashi Sensei. Onegaishimasu. All right. Okay, there you go. You still mute. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Thank you. Thank you. Good question. Actually, there are not many national laws for prohibited dumping the material in the ocean. But today I talk about persistent organic pollutants. That kind of the chemical compounds can be evaporated from the materials because of their semi-volatile nature. And some POPs like dioxins and dioxin like PCBs can be formulated in the waste incineration processes. So such POPs emission source is not only from the dumping materials, but also many emission sources like waste incineration or some material use, industrial activity, so on. So it's very difficult to control all the emission source of the POPs. So I think we need some regulation and more integrated control on the chemical usage. Not only prohibiting the dumping materials into the ocean, but also our daily life and some material recycling control sites. It's my answer for the first question. So, and the second one is we found the PCB or DDTs, including their stable metabolite, at the highest concentration in high trophic animals among the POPs analyzed in our study. Usually we detected PCB and DDTs at the highest concentration. And they are, well, the PCB and DDT's ecological risk are also significant in the high marine trophic organisms in some species. But these legacy POPs, even it is very slow, it will become gradually the concentration level is declined. But now we are using some other persistent organic pollutants like a brominated flame retardant. So there are some difficulty to analyze multiple POPs compounds. Now we are trying to. This is a challenge. Not only PCB and DDT, but also other emerging POPs should be concerned their ecological risk. I would like to elucidate some total risk of the POPs, including various compounds. It's still challenging. But so not only PCB, but also. But at this moment, PCB and DDT is the most bioaccumulated compound. So we have to focus their risk. And there are any free data available monitor toxic substances. Yes, now we have a database, our POPs monitoring result in our web system. That we call the Chem Theater. Chem Theater is a CHEM theater. Please looking for our website, Chem Theater. That is an open database for the toxic substances, not only in the deep sea, but also many marine organisms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to add something to Christopher. I think two questions actually. The first one, I would like to return to the first slide actually for Christopher. What are the urgent action needed to solve the problem in the ocean ecosystem related to the damage of coral reef in Indonesia? That's the first one. And the second one is what is the most challenging issue faced by Ocean Decade maintaining sustainable condition of the ocean, particularly Indonesian waters? Would you answer?
I'm not probably the best person to answer, but I'll try. The second question about challenges for sustainability in Indonesian waters, I think really I don't know the specifics of Indonesia. I would say generally the Ocean Decade is aiming to address the challenges of bringing together all the stakeholders and decision makers to coordinate better and to stimulate more funding. But coming from my perspective as the volunteer with the Professional Society for Technology, I feel like we need so much more investment in the ocean that it's not just more money. We need revolutionary changes in how we do our science measurements. We need to do we need new technologies and innovations, and we need so we need a lot of transformational change, like I said about the Ocean Decade mission and vision. But I'm not an expert on Indonesian waters, so I can't give you any specifics. For the other question about coral reefs, again, it's not my area of expertise, but I do know that one of the major groups that is participating in the Ocean Decade is the Global Ocean Acidification Network, GOAN, and they are doing a lot of good events, and I'm sure there's a lot of information on what is needed to be done to address the health of coral ecosystems.
Or perhaps you have a few words for millennials, for young students, perhaps. I don't know. It is the same case here in Indonesia. For example, my students, we have a group consists of 35 students in my library, but only 3 of them are interested in doing some research in the oceans, in the waters. Do you have any words to encourage them in order to participate in this kind of voluntary works?
Well, absolutely. And I would love to hear if the other presenters have some response on this as well. I have been finding myself getting more and more optimistic as I've been seeing the energy and activity happening with the Ocean Decade. And it's easy to see the climate crisis, to see the need, the great need for more sustainable use of the ocean, for more ocean science. We have so little data on some topics. It seems like all there is need, and it can be kind of negative. Sort of the same thing with like the energy transformation, where oil and gas is declining, and that means economic impacts. It means people losing jobs. So it seems like it's on a downturn. But the reality is that to reach the net zero goals for 2050, to address the climate crisis, we need massive investment. We need changes. We need more energy from the ocean. We need more food from the ocean. We need to change our electrical infrastructure for power and energy distribution. And all of that is opportunity. There is so much happening, and the ocean is going to play a very big part in addressing the needs of society for sustainability. I think you saw in Dr. Rabinyan's presentation how a very large percentage of our food, up to 6 times more protein in food can come from the ocean than it does currently. And same thing for all the other sectors, and energy and shipping and commerce. So to me, it's just all opportunity. I mean, yes, there's a lot of important work to be done, and there certainly are very real negative impacts right now. But for people who are passionate about making a difference, there's a lifetime of work to do.
Right. Well, thank you. I think I would, as a moderator, I have the discretion to add a little more time for perhaps in the audience who would like to ask directly a question to our speakers, one or 2 or 3 speakers simultaneously, perhaps, or is there anybody who would like to raise hand and ask directly to our speakers? Anybody? Or perhaps I would like to ask the same question to Takashi Sensei and Son as well. Do you have any suggestion to our young fellow students, high schools perhaps, in order to get involved in the whatever activities, volunteering in terms of sustainability in the oceans, perhaps? Son, because I think perhaps you first, Son, because your measurements seems complicated and requires a lot of equipment, people.
But there are actually, while those are complicated, to some extent, there are some really basic measurements that, in fact, in Texas, we have a number of high school groups that just measure their beaches. They just basically do basic beach profile measurements. So you have a understanding of what the coastline shape and position looks like, month in, month out, year in, year out. You both can measure the effects of climate change. But then if an event happens, and in Texas, that event is likely to be a hurricane, not an earthquake, then you have a before, so you can understand the after, and that can be very important data for both the communities as well as the scientists who are studying the problem. So there are a lot of sort of, very almost, if you will, your own backyard kind of studies that can be done at the high school level that can be a really great way to get going in a world of research.
That's interesting. Thank you. Takashi Sensei, perhaps in Japan community, there is such kind of activity as well.
Yeah, we have also some activity collaborating with our local high school. And I invited some selected high school students and to run our analytical system. They can analyze some pesticide in the water samples and they know some pollution status in their aquatic environment surrounding our society. So, for analyzing some trace amount of persistent organic pollutants, of course, it's very, very difficult, and we need some special instrument. So just I selected some special high school student who has a very high motivation to analyze such compounds. But and some activity also we are conducting the microplastic analysis in my colleague also. It's also conducted with high school collaboration or something like that. So the education activity is very important. I think we will continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's my closing is that from the beginning I heard kind of doom and gloom words, and in the end would like to have that to spread the message that there are still hopes, and that's what we are doing at the moment as a global community to solve our common problem and common enemy as well. So, but I think there is still missing gap in this today's presentation. Hopefully, in the next time we'll have more time to get our youngster, our high school student to participate in this kind of activity as well, to share their stories around the world. I think that's all my message to conclude this wonderful event. And I learned a lot from you all, and hope you are all stay healthy and safe in this pandemic event. And I would like to end the session and then hand it over back to the master ceremony of the plenary. Thank you all, Takashi Sensei, arigato gozaimashita, and Professor Songlick and Christopher Witt from Canada and IEEE OES. Thank you very much to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you to moderator and the speakers. So the next agenda is to the speakers. We would like to give you our appreciations as guest speakers. The certificate will be given by Dr. Agustan as Director of Center for Regional Resources Development of Technology. So first is certificate will given to Mr. Christopher Witt.
Still mute, Mr. Agustin? Please help the operator.
Okay, thank you, Lutfi. So this is an honor for me to, on behalf of the local organizing committee, to present this certificate virtually to Professor Christopher Witt from this invited speaker this session, plenary as a plenary speaker. And it is like a token of the appreciation for your insight for us. So let us give it by virtually, by simulation. So thank you very much, Mr. Christopher Witt. Thank you, thank you. Please give applause to Mr. Christopher Witt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher Witt. And the second one is given to Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, represented by the committee.
And then the next certificate is given to Dr. Andi Eka Sakya, represented by the committee.
The next certificate is given to Professor Sean Gillick.
Next year certificate is given to Professor Shin Takahashi.
Thank you, Dr. Agustan and all the speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to
How about
inform
the
you for the
moderator?
following
Ready
matters.
certificate to moderator? To Pak Dani Arifianto.
Okay, maybe the operator.
Maybe later or tomorrow.
We would like
Sorry,
to say
Pak
thank you
Dani.
very much to our
Yeah.
moderator for the first session of parallelization. Thank you so much, Dr. Dani Arifianto. See you next time. And we will continue to the next session. We would like to inform you for the following matters. And today's parallelization will be held in the parallel Zoom meeting. Please kindly refer your email to know about session's location and time.
At the end of the conference, we will announce the best paper and the best presenters award.
And please pay attention on your screen for the details of the announcement meeting.
And if you have any difficulties joining the parallel sessions, please raise your hand and the committee will help you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that the conference still continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. Jakarta time on the same link. Please don't forget to fill the attendance form by link on the chat room. Thank you for all the speakers, presenters, and participants today. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you in the afternoon. For all the keynote speakers, thank you very much. Kak Dani.
Ya, sami-sami Bu Endang. Izin live dulu.
Monggo Pak, matur nuwun Pak.
Ya, sami-sami Bu.
Sejarah riset dan ilmu pengetahuan Republik Indonesia dimulai sejak tahun 1948, yaitu sejak kelahiran Organisasi Penyelidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau OPIPA. 8 tahun kemudian, lahirlah sebuah lembaga riset bernama Majelis Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau MIPI. Lembaga ini lahir atas permintaan Presiden Soekarno kepada Sarwono Prawiro Harjo yang kemudian menjabat sebagai Ketua MIPI. Sarwono Prawiro Harjo memiliki banyak andil dalam membangun lembaga keilmuan di Indonesia. Tak hanya MIPI, dokter dan guru besar ilmu kebidanan ini juga membantu lahirnya berbagai organisasi profesi kedokteran. Sarwono dikenal mampu mengembangkan berbagai cabang ilmu pengetahuan, sekaligus memimpin para ilmuwan dalam sebuah harmonisasi ilmiah. Ketika teknologi atom atau nuklir mulai populer, pemerintah Indonesia berusaha mengembangkannya dengan tujuan damai serta kesejahteraan masyarakat. Hal itu diwujudkan dengan pembentukan Dewan Tenaga Atom dan Lembaga Tenaga Atom. Lembaga tersebut kemudian disempurnakan menjadi Badan Tenaga Atom Nasional atau BATAN. Tonggak penting penelitian dan pengembangan tenaga atom lainnya ialah peresmian reaktor atom pertama, yaitu reaktor Triga Mark II di Bandung. Masih terbatasnya ilmuwan pada berbagai bidang teknologi juga menjadi salah satu perhatian besar Presiden Soekarno. Melalui program beasiswa Ikatan Dinas, pemerintahan Presiden Soekarno mengirim ribuan pelajar untuk melanjutkan studi di berbagai negara. Sebuah tonggak dalam perencanaan pembangunan hadir dengan ditetapkannya garis-garis besar pola pembangunan nasional sistem semesta berencana. Di dalamnya terkandung perencanaan OETIC yang dikenal sebagai Visi OETIC 1961-1969. Saat itu, Presiden Soekarno menyampaikan bahwa MIPI harus segera diubah menjadi Badan Penelitian Nasional. Menurutnya, lebih baik hanya ada satu lembaga OETIC tertinggi di Indonesia. Hal ini untuk menghindari tumpang tindih dan pemborosan anggaran. Untuk memperkuat sisi kelembagaan, pemerintah kemudian membentuk Departemen Urusan Riset Nasional atau Durenas yang dipimpin Sujono Junet Pusponegoro. Posisi MIPI kemudian menjadi di bawah naungan Durenas dengan tugas tambahan membangun serta mengasuh beberapa lembaga riset nasional. Sarwono Prawiroharjo sebagai Ketua MIPI juga diberi tanggung jawab ganda sebagai Deputi Menteri Riset. Sementara itu, pengembangan teknologi kedirgantaraan nasional dimulai dengan dibentuknya Panitia Astronautika oleh Perdana Menteri Juanda. Keberhasilan proyek roket yang melibatkan perguruan tinggi dan militer ini kemudian dilanjutkan dengan membentuk Lembaga Penerbangan dan Antariksa Nasional atau LAPAN. Pada tahun yang sama, pemerintah juga membangun National Research Center Cibinong. Gunanya untuk mewadahi bermacam fasilitas riset di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan. Perubahan kelembagaan berlangsung dinamis pada pertengahan tahun 60-an. Hal tersebut diawali dengan penggantian dan perubahan status Durenas menjadi Lembaga Riset Nasional atau Lemrenas. Tahun berikutnya, pemerintah membubarkan Lemrenas dan MIPI, lalu membentuk Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau LIPI yang dikepalai oleh Sarwono Prawiroharjo. Aktivitas riset dan pengembangan OETIC kembali menggeliat ketika pemerintah menunjuk Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo sebagai Menteri Negara Riset. Ia berkolaborasi dengan B.J. Habibie untuk merintis pembangunan industri pesawat dalam negeri, kawasan riset terpadu, serta sebuah badan pengembangan teknologi. Kawasan riset terpadu dan terbesar di Indonesia berhasil terwujud dengan didirikannya Pusat Penelitian Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi atau Puspitek. Di kawasan ini pula kemudian dibangun reaktor nuklir serbaguna GA Siwabesi. Reaktor nuklir berkapasitas 30 MW ini merupakan yang terbesar di Asia Tenggara. Sebuah institusi untuk mengembangkan dan mendayagunakan teknologi kemudian juga dapat terimplementasikan dengan pendirian Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT. Pada saat bersamaan, B.J. Habibie juga dilantik menjadi Menteri Negara Riset dan Teknologi, Kepala Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. Ilmuwan dan negarawan, seperti itulah masyarakat dunia mengenal B.J. Habibie, pakar aeronautika yang sedang berada di puncak karir internasional, namun bersedia kembali untuk membangun negeri. Ia terbukti mampu membawa Indonesia menuju era tinggal landas dengan mengorkestrasi pembangunan di bidang riset dan teknologi. Semangat dan kerja keras untuk selalu menghadirkan inovasi membawa pengabdiannya mencapai posisi puncak di negeri ini. Pemerintah juga sempat mendirikan Dewan Riset Nasional. Melalui lembaga non-struktural ini, digali pemikiran dan pemandangan dari pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan dengan perkembangan iptek di Indonesia. Di tengah derap laju pembangunan, Indonesia masih menyisakan persoalan pada bidang sumber daya manusia. Saat itu, rasio antara insinyur dan penduduk masih terlalu B.J. Habibie melakukan terobosan dengan menggelar serangkaian program beasiswa ke luar negeri. Program yang sukses dilaksanakan hingga puluhan tahun ini dikelola oleh Pusat Pendidikan dan Latihan BPPT. Pada dekade 80-an, Indonesia mulai banyak mengembangkan industri berbasis teknologi maju. Untuk membangun pola manajemen yang lebih terintegrasi, didirikanlah Badan Pengelola Industri Strategis atau BPIS. BPIS membawahi 10 perusahaan di bidang kedirgantaraan, kemaritiman, metalurgi, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan elektronika. Pada era Habibie, beberapa hal yang sempat terhenti kembali dibangkitkan, seperti ide lama untuk mendirikan Akademi Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau IP yang akhirnya dapat terwujud. Kemudian juga dengan dibukanya kembali Lembaga Biologi Molekuler Eijkman yang sempat ditutup pada tahun 60-an. Lembaga yang didirikan ilmuwan Belanda penerima Nobel ini memiliki fokus utama dalam memajukan penelitian dasar dan terapan di bidang biologi molekuler. Puncak keemasan teknologi Indonesia terjadi pada 50 tahun setelah kemerdekaan, tepatnya pada 10 Agustus 1995. Saat pesawat N250 sukses melakukan penerbangan perdana di Bandung. Mengudaranya pesawat yang dirancang dan dibangun sepenuhnya oleh anak bangsa ini menjadi sebuah tonggak sejarah yang kemudian diabadikan sebagai Hari Kebangkitan Teknologi Nasional atau Hakteknas. Memasuki milenia kedua, untuk melompat dan mengejar ketertinggalan dari bangsa lain, terbitlah Undang-Undang Sisnas P3 Iptek. Undang-undang ini menyebutkan kelembagaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, terdiri atas unsur perguruan tinggi, lembaga penelitian dan pengembangan, badan usaha, dan lembaga penunjang. Sebuah pendekatan untuk meningkatkan kemajuan iptek dengan melibatkan perguruan tinggi sempat dilakukan melalui penggabungan antara Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi dengan Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi. Kemenristek Dikti mewadahi terciptanya inovasi dengan mensinergiskan dunia riset dan dunia kampus, termasuk mendorong hilirisasi hasil riset pada ekosistem industri. 5 tahun berselang, lahir Undang-Undang Sisnas Iptek sebagai pengganti undang-undang yang terbit di tahun 2002. Undang-undang baru ini mengamanatkan pembentukan Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Badan yang didirikan untuk memastikan ekosistem riset nasional berjalan lebih baik dan maksimal ini ditindaklanjuti dengan peraturan Presiden tentang pembentukan Kemristek BRIN. Tantangan utama yang langsung dihadapi Kemristek BRIN ialah merebaknya pandemi COVID-19. Sebagai respon, dibentuklah Konsorsium Riset dan Inovasi COVID-19. Fokus utamanya memberikan solusi terhadap wabah, sekaligus meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa melalui kolaborasi dengan berbagai lembaga. Produk inovasi yang hingga kini terus dikembangkan ialah vaksin merah putih. BRIN telah ditetapkan sebagai badan otonom yang bertanggung jawab langsung kepada Presiden. Hal ini dibarengi dengan pelantikan Laksana Trihandoko sebagai Kepala Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional oleh Presiden Joko Widodo. BRAIN mengintegrasikan 4 lembaga riset, yaitu LIPI, BPPT, BATA, dan LAPA, termasuk mengkoordinir riset yang dilakukan oleh Litbang Kementerian serta Balitbang daerah di seluruh Indonesia. Keberadaan BRAIN diharapkan dapat membuat alur koordinasi riset lebih efektif dan efisien, sebagaimana amanat yang pernah disampaikan Presiden Soekarno tentang lembaga iptek tertinggi di Indonesia.
Menjadi negara kepulauan terbesar dengan sejarah maritim yang mendunia, seakan menjadi garisan takdir bagi Indonesia untuk menjadi negara dengan industri maritim terdepan. Visi itu hingga kini terus dilanjutkan dalam estafet pembangunan. Pemerintah Indonesia berkomitmen untuk terus menjaga asa, melengkapi dan mendorong kemajuan infrastruktur kelautan, memberikan fasilitas dan memastikan akses teknologi yang terjangkau bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim Indonesia. Melalui Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika, komitmen itu akan terus diperjuangkan. Mimpi kemajuan maritim Indonesia tentu harus didukung dengan laboratorium uji dan riset yang handal. Diprakarsai oleh Profesor B.J. Habibie, proyek pembangunan Laboratorium Hidrodinamika Indonesia dimulai pada tahun 1978. Diresmikan pada tahun 1995. Dan di tahun 2015 berganti nama menjadi Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika. Dengan diresmikannya BTH, kiprahnya dalam cerita pembangunan maritim dimulai. Kini, genap 26 tahun Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika berkarya. Memastikan terus menjadi pendorong kemajuan maritim tentu bukanlah tugas mudah. Harus disertai dengan pengelolaan organisasi yang modern dan akuntabel. Oleh karena itu, BTH memiliki komitmen yang dituangkan dalam sikap BTH. Sinergi, integritas, kreativitas, akuntabel, profesional. Kesemuanya akan terus diintegrasikan dalam setiap langkah dan proses yang dilakukan oleh BTH. Dengan mendukung gerakan pemerintah mewujudkan wilayah bebas korupsi, BTH akan terus melangkah dengan segenap dedikasi. Selain terus memperbaiki kinerja organisasinya, BTH juga terus mengembangkan teknologi dan fasilitas yang dimiliki. BTH dilengkapi dengan fasilitas modern berskala industri, terbesar se-Asia Tenggara dan Oseania. Ada 3 fasilitas pengujian utama. Fasilitas pengujian pertama yang dimiliki BTH adalah towing tank. Beragam pengujian, mulai dari pengujian tahanan model kapal, pengujian performa propeller, hingga observasi aliran air dapat dilakukan. Fasilitas pengujian yang kedua adalah Maneuvering and Ocean Engineering Basin, atau biasa disingkat dengan MOB. Fasilitas MOB ini biasa digunakan dalam pengujian manuver model kapal, seakeeping model kapal, hingga beragam pengujian offshore. Fasilitas pengujian ketiga yang dimiliki oleh BTH adalah Cavitation Tunnel yang mampu melakukan beragam pengujian propeller. Kesemua fasilitas pengujian itu ditunjang dengan fasilitas workshop yang lengkap dan modern. Terdapat ship model workshop, mechanical and propeller workshop, instrumentation and calibration workshop, serta numerical simulation laboratory. BTH juga terus mendorong sumber daya manusianya untuk terus berkembang dan piawai, menggunakan beragam teknologi dan sistem instrumentasi terbaik, serta menggunakan bisnis proses yang dirancang demi kepuasan para pengguna jasa BTH. Komitmen dan layanan BTH perlahan tapi pasti terus membuahkan hasil dan capaian yang menggembirakan. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, BTH telah melakukan lebih dari 100 pengujian. BTH mendapatkan penghargaan dan ditetapkan sebagai pusat unggulan IPTEK pada tahun 2017 oleh Kemenristekdikti. Untuk mengabarkan beragam aktivitas terbaru, BTH menerbitkan buletin setiap 3 bulan sekali. Didukung dengan penerbitan jurnal ilmiah WAVE yang juga terakreditasi oleh Kemenristekdikti. Kiprah dalam dunia global juga dimulai BTH sejak awal berdiri. BTH tergabung sebagai anggota International Towing Tank Conference atau ITTC dan juga tergabung sebagai anggota Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology atau IMARES. Berbagai sertifikasi ISO sebagai lab penguji juga berhasil diraih oleh BTH untuk memastikan proses yang sesuai dengan prosedur standar terbaik. Namun seluruh perkembangan dan capaian tak akan menyurutkan langkah BTH untuk terus bergerak maju, terus berbenah demi mewujudkan pelayanan yang modern, terjangkau, dan terbaik bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim. Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika akan terus bekerja penuh makna, memastikan kemajuan teknologi dan industri maritim Indonesia.
Benua maritim Indonesia yang terbentang dari Sabang hingga Merauke merupakan wilayah perairan dengan hamparan pulau-pulau di dalamnya sebagai satu kesatuan alamiah antara darat, laut, dan udara. Sebagai negara kepulauan yang memiliki potensi sumber daya alam hayati dan non-hayati, menjadikan Indonesia sebagai suatu negara yang memiliki peranan penting dan strategis di dunia. Oleh karena itu, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi hadir untuk mengembangkan teknologi pengelolaan sumber daya alam berbasis kewilayahan. Hal ini diwujudkan melalui adanya Pusat Teknologi Pengembangan Sumber Daya Wilayah atau PT-PSW sebagai salah satu unit kerja pada Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. PT-PSW diamanatkan mengembangkan teknologi sumber daya wilayah, yakni teknologi dan aplikasi pengelolaan sumber daya yang berada pada suatu wilayah tertentu untuk mencapai tujuan pengembangan wilayah secara berkelanjutan demi meningkatkan kesejahteraan dan daya saing bangsa. Dengan visi untuk menjadi pusat unggulan teknologi pengembangan sumber daya wilayah yang menghasilkan inovasi dalam peningkatan produktivitas pembangunan nasional, PT-PSW terus berkembang secara dinamis dan juga adaptif untuk mengkaji teknologi di bidang pengembangan sumber daya wilayah. Dengan berprinsip pada nilai tematik, integratif, spasial, dan dinamis, PT-PSW melakukan tugasnya dengan berbasis teknologi penginderaan jauh maju, teknologi geofisika maju, teknologi akustik tomografi, dan teknologi akuntansi sumber daya alam untuk pengembangan sumber daya wilayah.
PT PSW berperan aktif dalam program besar BPPT, yaitu Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System, melalui kegiatan pemantauan karakteristik rambatan menggunakan sensor akustik tomografi, serta teknologi integrasi dan interoperabilitas data observasi kebumian untuk kesiapsiagaan nasional. Selain itu, PT PSW juga berperan untuk menyukseskan kegiatan sistem informasi zonosis dan emerging infectious disease. Dalam menjalankan kegiatan sesuai dengan tugas pokok dan fungsi, PT PSW memiliki sumber daya manusia yang unggul, yakni putra-putri terbaik bangsa dari berbagai disiplin ilmu dan juga bidang keahlian. PT PSW juga didukung oleh berbagai sarana dan prasarana seperti fasilitas peralatan survei terestris, peralatan survei laut dan pesisir, wahana survei, radar cuaca, penggunaan perangkat lunak, dan fasilitas sistem pemantauan observasi kebumian Nusantara atau Nusantara Earth Observation Network atau NEONET. Selain itu, PT PSW juga telah berhasil menghasilkan karya-karya inovasi, solusi, dan layanan teknologi hasil karya anak bangsa. Salah satunya adalah Kerangka Sampel Area atau KSA, suatu metode untuk menentukan luas panen padi guna mendapatkan data produksi padi yang lebih akurat dan tepat. Teknologi ini telah dimanfaatkan oleh Badan Pusat Statistik. Untuk menjalankan perannya dalam intermediasi teknologi, PT PSW berkoordinasi dengan berbagai lembaga pemerintahan, juga memiliki jaringan mitra kerjasama yang luas baik di dalam negeri maupun luar negeri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Kami, keluarga besar Pusat Teknologi Pengembangan Sumber Daya Wilayah Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi, tetap berupaya untuk menguasai dan berburu inovasi teknologi-teknologi terkait dengan kewilayahan, data spasial dan informasi geospasial berbasis teknologi-teknologi canggih yang berbasis industri 4.0. Kepada teman-teman PT PSW juga kami serukan supaya tetap semangat, tetap berkarya dalam menguasai teknologi tersebut dan mengaplikasikan ke dalam pembangunan nasional kita. Terima kasih.
Kemajuan teknologi memberikan manfaat bagi kelangsungan hidup manusia. Untuk itu, Indonesia harus bisa menguasai teknologi sebagai jalan untuk mewujudkan Indonesia yang maju dan mandiri. Sebagai lembaga negara yang bertanggung jawab atas tantangan ini, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT berupaya keras meningkatkan daya saing dan kemandirian bangsa Indonesia dengan terus memberi kontribusi dari segala bidang, dari udara, darat, dan lautan. Terbentang dari Sabang hingga Merauke, dengan luas lautan 2,55 juta kilometer persegi yang merupakan zona ekonomi eksklusif. Indonesia tidak hanya memiliki potensi kelautan dan perikanan yang sangat besar, namun juga berada dalam jalur gempa teraktif di dunia. Dan sebagai negara kepulauan yang berjejer ratusan gunung api aktif yang sering disebut dengan Ring of Fire, atau berarti juga bencana alam yang terus mengintai. Dengan segala potensi sumber daya alam yang kita miliki dan adanya resiko kebencanaan, Indonesia tentu harus bekerja keras meningkatkan teknologi survei kelautan. BPPT dengan Balai Teknologi Survei Kelautannya memainkan peranan sangat penting dalam pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi serta survei kelautan. Kami mengelola armada kapal riset Barunajaya, melakukan kerjasama riset bawah laut, dan melakukan rekayasa teknologi survei kelautan. Kami juga melakukan search and rescue. Untuk mendukung industri dan kontribusi kelautan, kami juga menyediakan layanan survei kelautan yang meliputi survei jalur kabel dan pipa bawah laut, survei landas kontinen ekstensi Indonesia, survei pemasangan atau deployment dan pengangkatan buoy atau recovery buoy, survei pengajian rona awal lingkungan laut, survei seismik, survei stok perikanan, survei hidrooceanografi, survei geologi dan geofisika laut, bareboat dan time charter. Berpijak pada manajemen keselamatan yang cerdas dan terukur, kami membangun sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dengan teknologi terbaru. Di antaranya, multi-beam echo sounder, seismic, ROV, side scan sonar, sub-bottom profiler, acoustic Doppler current profiler, ultra-short baseline, box, and breadboard. Dengan semangat kerja keras dan penuh kecepatan, kami terus memberikan pelayanan sepenuh hati demi memberikan hasil yang terbaik untuk semua mitra kami, baik dengan pemerintah, BUMN, dan swasta, perusahaan nasional dan internasional. Kami senantiasa bergerak maju, sejalan dengan kemajuan teknologi dunia untuk Indonesia.
mendampingi perkembangan teknologi survei di Indonesia. PT Hidronaf Teknika Tama berkomitmen untuk menyediakan solusi baik darat, laut, maupun udara. Demi meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas kerja, menjadi partner yang dipercaya dalam proses perencanaan, pelaksanaan, hingga evaluasi. Pada leading sektor pertahanan, pertambangan, perminyakan, perkebunan, pertanian, dan kelautan. Kami ada untuk memberikan yang terbaik. We are always insist on the best.
Sejarah riset dan ilmu pengetahuan Republik Indonesia dimulai sejak tahun 1948, yaitu sejak kelahiran Organisasi Penyelidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau OPIPA. 8 tahun kemudian, lahirlah sebuah lembaga riset bernama Majelis Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau MIPI. Lembaga ini lahir atas permintaan Presiden Soekarno kepada Sarwono Prawiro Harjo yang kemudian menjabat sebagai Ketua MIPI. Sarwono Prawiro Harjo memiliki banyak andil dalam membangun lembaga keilmuan di Indonesia. Tak hanya MIPI, dokter dan guru besar ilmu kebidanan ini juga membantu lahirnya berbagai organisasi profesi kedokteran. Sarwono dikenal mampu mengembangkan berbagai cabang ilmu pengetahuan, sekaligus memimpin para ilmuwan dalam sebuah harmonisasi ilmiah. Ketika teknologi atom atau nuklir mulai populer, pemerintah Indonesia berusaha mengembangkannya dengan tujuan damai serta kesejahteraan masyarakat. Hal itu diwujudkan dengan pembentukan Dewan Tenaga Atom dan Lembaga Tenaga Atom. Lembaga tersebut kemudian disempurnakan menjadi Badan Tenaga Atom Nasional atau BATAN. Tonggak penting penelitian dan pengembangan tenaga atom lainnya ialah peresmian reaktor atom pertama, yaitu reaktor Triga Mark II di Bandung. Masih terbatasnya ilmuwan pada berbagai bidang teknologi juga menjadi salah satu perhatian besar Presiden Soekarno. Melalui program beasiswa Ikatan Dinas, pemerintahan Presiden Soekarno mengirim ribuan pelajar untuk melanjutkan studi di berbagai negara. Sebuah tonggak dalam perencanaan pembangunan hadir dengan ditetapkannya garis-garis besar pola pembangunan nasional sistem semesta berencana. Di dalamnya terkandung perencanaan IPTEK yang dikenal sebagai Visi IPTEK 1961-1969. Saat itu, Presiden Soekarno menyampaikan bahwa MIPI harus segera diubah menjadi Badan Penelitian Nasional. Menurutnya, lebih baik hanya ada satu lembaga IPTEK tertinggi di Indonesia. Hal ini untuk menghindari tumpang tindih dan pemborosan anggaran. Untuk memperkuat sisi kelembagaan, pemerintah kemudian membentuk Departemen Urusan Riset Nasional atau Durenas yang dipimpin Sujono Junet Pusponegoro. Posisi MIPI kemudian menjadi di bawah naungan Durenas dengan tugas tambahan membangun serta mengasuh beberapa lembaga riset nasional. Sarwono Prawiroharjo sebagai Ketua MIPI juga diberi tanggung jawab ganda sebagai Deputi Menteri Riset. Sementara itu, pengembangan teknologi kedirgantaraan nasional dimulai dengan dibentuknya Panitia Astronautika oleh Perdana Menteri Juanda. Keberhasilan proyek roket yang melibatkan perguruan tinggi dan militer ini kemudian dilanjutkan dengan membentuk Lembaga Penerbangan dan Antariksa Nasional atau LAPAN. Pada tahun yang sama, pemerintah juga membangun National Research Center Cibinong. Gunanya untuk mewadahi bermacam fasilitas riset di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan. Perubahan kelembagaan berlangsung dinamis pada pertengahan tahun 60-an. Hal tersebut diawali dengan penggantian dan perubahan status Durenas menjadi Lembaga Riset Nasional atau Lemrenas. Tahun berikutnya, pemerintah membubarkan Lemrenas dan MIPI, lalu membentuk Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau LIPI yang dikepalai oleh Sarwono Prawiroharjo. Aktivitas riset dan pengembangan IPTEK kembali menggeliat ketika pemerintah menunjuk Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo sebagai Menteri Negara Riset. Ia berkolaborasi dengan B.J. Habibie untuk merintis pembangunan industri pesawat dalam negeri, kawasan riset terpadu, serta sebuah badan pengembangan teknologi. Kawasan riset terpadu dan terbesar di Indonesia berhasil terwujud dengan didirikannya Pusat Penelitian Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi atau Puspitek. Di kawasan ini pula kemudian dibangun reaktor nuklir serbaguna GA Siwabesi. Reaktor nuklir berkapasitas 30 MW ini merupakan yang terbesar di Asia Tenggara. Sebuah institusi untuk mengembangkan dan mendayagunakan teknologi kemudian juga dapat terimplementasikan dengan pendirian Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT. Pada saat bersamaan, B.J. Habibie juga dilantik menjadi Menteri Negara Riset dan Teknologi, Kepala Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. Ilmuwan dan negarawan, seperti itulah masyarakat dunia mengenal B.J. Habibie, pakar aeronautika yang sedang berada di puncak karir internasional, namun bersedia kembali untuk membangun negeri. Ia terbukti mampu membawa Indonesia menuju era tinggal landas dengan mengorkestrasi pembangunan di bidang riset dan teknologi. Semangat dan kerja keras untuk selalu menghadirkan inovasi membawa pengabdiannya mencapai posisi puncak di negeri ini. Pemerintah juga sempat mendirikan Dewan Riset Nasional. Melalui lembaga non-struktural ini, digali pemikiran dan pemandangan dari pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan dengan perkembangan IPTEK di Indonesia. Di tengah derap laju pembangunan, Indonesia masih menyisakan persoalan pada bidang sumber daya manusia. Saat itu, rasio antara insinyur dan penduduk masih terlalu rendah. B.J. Habibie melakukan terobosan dengan menggelar serangkaian program beasiswa ke luar negeri. Program yang sukses dilaksanakan hingga puluhan tahun ini dikelola oleh Pusat Pendidikan dan Latihan BPPT. Pada dekade 80-an, Indonesia mulai banyak mengembangkan industri berbasis teknologi maju. Untuk membangun pola manajemen yang lebih terintegrasi, didirikanlah Badan Pengelola Industri Strategis atau BPIS. BPIS membawahi 10 perusahaan di bidang kedirgantaraan, kemaritiman, metalurgi, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan elektronika. Pada era Habibie, beberapa hal yang sempat terhenti kembali dibangkitkan, seperti ide lama untuk mendirikan Akademi Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau IP yang akhirnya dapat terwujud. Kemudian juga dengan dibukanya kembali Lembaga Biologi Molekuler Eijkman yang sempat ditutup pada tahun 60-an. Lembaga yang didirikan ilmuwan Belanda penerima Nobel ini memiliki fokus utama dalam memajukan penelitian dasar dan terapan di bidang biologi molekuler. Puncak keemasan teknologi Indonesia terjadi pada 50 tahun setelah kemerdekaan, tepatnya pada 10 Agustus 1995. Saat pesawat N250 sukses melakukan penerbangan perdana di Bandung. Mengudaranya pesawat yang dirancang dan dibangun sepenuhnya oleh anak bangsa ini menjadi sebuah tonggak sejarah yang kemudian diabadikan sebagai Hari Kebangkitan Teknologi Nasional atau Hakteknas. Memasuki milenia kedua, untuk melompat dan mengejar ketertinggalan dari bangsa lain, terbitlah Undang-Undang Sisnas P3 IPTEK. Undang-undang ini menyebutkan kelembagaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, terdiri atas unsur perguruan tinggi, lembaga penelitian dan pengembangan, badan usaha, dan lembaga penunjang. Sebuah pendekatan untuk meningkatkan kemajuan IPTEK dengan melibatkan perguruan tinggi sempat dilakukan melalui penggabungan antara Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi dengan Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi. Kemenristek Dikti mewadahi terciptanya inovasi dengan mensinergiskan dunia riset dan dunia kampus, termasuk mendorong hilirisasi hasil riset pada ekosistem industri. 5 tahun berselang, lahir Undang-Undang Sisnas IPTEK sebagai pengganti undang-undang yang terbit di tahun 2002. Undang-undang baru ini mengamanatkan pembentukan Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Badan yang didirikan untuk memastikan ekosistem riset nasional berjalan lebih baik dan maksimal ini ditindaklanjuti dengan peraturan Presiden tentang pembentukan Kemristek BRIN. Tantangan utama yang langsung dihadapi Kemristek BRIN ialah merebaknya pandemi COVID-19. Sebagai respon, dibentuklah Konsorsium Riset dan Inovasi COVID-19. Fokus utamanya memberikan solusi terhadap wabah, sekaligus meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa melalui kolaborasi dengan berbagai lembaga. Produk inovasi yang hingga kini terus dikembangkan ialah vaksin merah putih. BRIN telah ditetapkan sebagai badan otonom yang bertanggung jawab langsung kepada Presiden. Hal ini dibarengi dengan pelantikan Laksana Trihandoko sebagai Kepala Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional oleh Presiden Joko Widodo. BRIN mengintegrasikan 4 lembaga riset, yaitu LIPI, BPPT, BATAN, dan LAPAN, termasuk mengkoordinir riset yang dilakukan oleh Litbang Kementerian serta Balitbang daerah di seluruh Indonesia. Keberadaan BRIN diharapkan dapat membuat alur koordinasi riset lebih efektif dan efisien, sebagaimana amanat yang pernah disampaikan Presiden Soekarno tentang lembaga IPTEK tertinggi di Indonesia.
Menjadi negara kepulauan terbesar dengan sejarah maritim yang mendunia, seakan menjadi garisan takdir bagi Indonesia. Untuk menjadi negara dengan industri maritim terdepan. Visi itu hingga kini terus dilanjutkan dalam estafet pembangunan. pemerintah Indonesia berkomitmen untuk terus menjaga asa, melengkapi dan mendorong kemajuan infrastruktur kelautan, memberikan fasilitas dan memastikan akses teknologi yang terjangkau bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim Indonesia. Melalui Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika, komitmen itu akan terus diperjuangkan. Mimpi kemajuan maritim Indonesia tentu harus didukung dengan laboratorium uji dan riset yang handal. Diprakarsai oleh Profesor B.J. Habibie, proyek pembangunan Laboratorium Hidrodinamika Indonesia dimulai pada tahun 1978. Diresmikan pada tahun 1995. Dan di tahun 2015 berganti nama menjadi Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika. Dengan diresmikannya BTH, kiprahnya dalam cerita pembangunan maritim dimulai. Kini, genap 26 tahun Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika berkarya. Memastikan terus menjadi pendorong kemajuan maritim tentu bukanlah tugas mudah. Harus disertai dengan pengelolaan organisasi yang modern dan akuntabel. Oleh karena itu, BTH memiliki komitmen yang dituangkan dalam sikap BTH. Sinergi, integritas, kreativitas, akuntabel, profesional. Kesemuanya akan terus diintegrasikan dalam setiap langkah dan proses yang dilakukan oleh BTH. Dengan mendukung gerakan pemerintah mewujudkan wilayah bebas korupsi, BTH akan terus melangkah dengan segenap dedikasi. Selain terus memperbaiki kinerja organisasinya, BTH juga terus mengembangkan teknologi dan fasilitas yang dimiliki. BTH dilengkapi dengan fasilitas modern berskala industri, terbesar se-Asia Tenggara dan Oseania. Ada 3 fasilitas pengujian utama. Fasilitas pengujian pertama yang dimiliki BTH adalah towing tank. Beragam pengujian, mulai dari pengujian tahanan model kapal, pengujian performa propeller, hingga observasi aliran air dapat dilakukan. Fasilitas pengujian yang kedua adalah Maneuvering in Ocean Engineering Basin atau biasa disingkat dengan MOB. Fasilitas MOB ini biasa digunakan dalam pengujian manuver model kapal, seakeeping model kapal, hingga beragam pengujian offshore. Fasilitas pengujian ketiga yang dimiliki oleh BTH adalah Cavitation Tunnel yang mampu melakukan beragam pengujian propeller. Kesemua fasilitas pengujian itu ditunjang dengan fasilitas workshop yang lengkap dan modern. Terdapat ship model workshop, mechanical and propeller workshop, instrumentation and calibration workshop, serta numerical simulation laboratory. BTH juga terus mendorong sumber daya manusianya untuk terus berkembang dan piawai, menggunakan beragam teknologi dan sistem instrumentasi terbaik, serta menggunakan bisnis proses yang dirancang demi kepuasan para pengguna jasa BTH. Komitmen dan layanan BTH perlahan tapi pasti terus membuahkan hasil dan capaian yang menggembirakan. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, BTH telah melakukan lebih dari 100 pengujian. BTH mendapatkan penghargaan dan ditetapkan sebagai pusat unggulan IPTEK pada tahun 2017 oleh Kemenristekdikti. Untuk mengabarkan beragam aktivitas terbaru, BTH menerbitkan buletin setiap 3 bulan sekali. Didukung dengan penerbitan jurnal ilmiah WAVE yang juga terakreditasi oleh Kemenristek-Dikti. Kiprah dalam dunia global juga dimulai BTH sejak awal berdiri. BTH tergabung sebagai anggota International Towing Tank Conference atau ITTC dan juga tergabung sebagai anggota Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology atau IMARES. Berbagai sertifikasi ISO sebagai lab penguji juga berhasil diraih oleh BTH untuk memastikan proses yang sesuai dengan prosedur standar terbaik. Namun seluruh perkembangan dan capaian tak akan menyurutkan langkah BTH untuk terus bergerak maju, terus berbenah demi mewujudkan pelayanan yang modern, terjangkau, dan terbaik bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim. Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika akan terus bekerja penuh makna, memastikan kemajuan teknologi dan industri maritim Indonesia.
Benua maritim Indonesia yang terbentang dari Sabang hingga Merauke merupakan wilayah perairan dengan hamparan pulau-pulau di dalamnya sebagai satu kesatuan alamiah antara darat, laut, dan udara. Sebagai negara kepulauan yang memiliki potensi sumber daya alam hayati dan non-hayati, menjadikan Indonesia sebagai suatu negara yang memiliki peranan penting dan strategis di dunia. Oleh karena itu, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi hadir untuk mengembangkan teknologi pengelolaan sumber daya alam berbasis kewilayahan. Hal ini diwujudkan melalui adanya Pusat Teknologi Pengembangan Sumber Daya Wilayah atau PT-PSW sebagai salah satu unit kerja pada Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. PT-PSW diamanatkan mengembangkan teknologi sumber daya wilayah, yakni teknologi dan aplikasi pengelolaan sumber daya yang berada pada suatu wilayah tertentu untuk mencapai tujuan pengembangan wilayah secara berkelanjutan demi meningkatkan kesejahteraan dan daya saing bangsa. Dengan visi untuk menjadi pusat unggulan teknologi pengembangan sumber daya wilayah yang menghasilkan inovasi dalam peningkatan produktivitas pembangunan nasional, PT-PSW terus berkembang secara dinamis dan juga adaptif untuk mengkaji teknologi di bidang pengembangan sumber daya wilayah. Dengan berprinsip pada nilai tematik, integratif, spasial, dan dinamis, PT-PSW melakukan tugasnya dengan berbasis teknologi penginderaan jauh maju, teknologi geofisika maju, teknologi akustik tomografi, dan teknologi akuntansi sumber daya alam untuk pengembangan sumber daya wilayah. PT-PSW berperan aktif dalam program besar BPPT, yaitu Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System, melalui kegiatan pemantauan karakteristik rambatan menggunakan sensor akustik tomografi, serta teknologi integrasi dan interoperabilitas data observasi kebumian untuk kesiapsiagaan nasional. Selain itu, PT-PSW juga berperan untuk menyukseskan kegiatan sistem informasi zoonosis dan emerging infectious disease. Dalam menjalankan kegiatan sesuai dengan tugas pokok dan fungsi, PT-PSW memiliki sumber daya manusia yang unggul, yakni putra-putri terbaik bangsa dari berbagai disiplin ilmu dan juga bidang keahlian. PT-PSW juga didukung oleh berbagai sarana dan prasarana seperti fasilitas peralatan survei terestris, peralatan survei laut dan pesisir, wahana survei, radar cuaca, penggunaan perangkat lunak, dan fasilitas sistem pemantauan observasi kebumian Nusantara
atau Nusantara Earth Observation Network atau NEONET. Selain itu, PT PSW juga telah berhasil menghasilkan karya-karya inovasi, solusi, dan layanan teknologi hasil karya anak bangsa. Salah satunya adalah kerangka sampel area atau KSA, suatu metode untuk menentukan luas panen padi guna mendapatkan data produksi padi yang lebih akurat dan tepat. Teknologi ini telah dimanfaatkan oleh Badan Pusat Statistik. Untuk menjalankan perannya dalam intermediasi teknologi, PT PSW berkoordinasi dengan berbagai lembaga pemerintahan, juga memiliki jaringan mitra kerjasama yang luas baik di dalam negeri maupun luar negeri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Kami, keluarga besar Pusat Teknologi Pengembangan Sumber Daya Wilayah Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi, tetap berupaya untuk menguasai dan berburu inovasi teknologi-teknologi terkait dengan kewilayahan, data spasial dan informasi geospasial berbasis teknologi-teknologi canggih yang berbasis industri 4.0. Kepada teman-teman PT PSW juga, kami serukan supaya tetap semangat, tetap berkarya dalam menguasai teknologi tersebut dan mengaplikasikan ke dalam pembangunan nasional kita. Terima kasih.
Kemajuan teknologi memberikan manfaat bagi kelangsungan hidup manusia. Untuk itu, Indonesia harus bisa menguasai teknologi sebagai jalan untuk mewujudkan Indonesia yang maju dan mandiri. Sebagai lembaga negara yang bertanggung jawab atas tantangan ini, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT berupaya keras meningkatkan daya saing dan kemandirian bangsa Indonesia dengan terus memberi kontribusi dari segala bidang, dari udara, darat, dan lautan. Terbentang dari Sabang hingga Merauke, dengan luas lautan 2,55 juta kilometer persegi yang merupakan zona ekonomi eksklusif. Indonesia tidak hanya memiliki potensi kelautan dan perikanan yang sangat besar, namun juga berada dalam jalur gempa teraktif di dunia. Dan sebagai negara kepulauan yang berjejer ratusan gunung api aktif yang sering disebut dengan Ring of Fire, atau berarti juga bencana alam yang terus mengintai. Dengan segala potensi sumber daya alam yang kita miliki dan adanya resiko kebencanaan, Indonesia tentu harus bekerja keras meningkatkan teknologi survei kelautan. BPPT dengan Balai Teknologi Survei Kelautannya memainkan peranan sangat penting dalam pengkajian dan penerapan teknologi serta survei kelautan. Kami mengelola armada kapal riset Barunajaya, melakukan kerjasama riset bawah laut, dan melakukan rekayasa teknologi survei kelautan. Kami juga melakukan search and rescue. Untuk mendukung industri dan kontribusi kelautan, kami juga menyediakan layanan survei kelautan yang meliputi survei jalur kabel dan pipa bawah laut, survei landas kontinen ekstensi Indonesia, survei pemasangan atau deployment dan pengangkatan buoy atau recovery buoy, survei pengajian rona awal lingkungan laut, survei seismik, survei stok perikanan, survei hidrooceanografi, survei geologi dan geofisika laut, bareboat dan time charter. Berpijak pada manajemen manajemen keselamatan yang cerdas dan terukur. Kami membangun sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dengan teknologi terbaru. Di antaranya, Multi-beam Echo Sounder, Seismic, ROV, Side Scan Sonar, Sub-Bottom Profiler, Acoustic Doppler Current Profiler, Ultra Short Baseline, Bob, and Breadboard. Dengan semangat kerja keras dan penuh kecepatan, kami terus memberikan pelayanan sepenuh hati demi memberikan hasil yang terbaik untuk semua mitra kami, baik dengan pemerintah, BUMN, dan swasta, perusahaan nasional dan internasional. Kami senantiasa bergerak maju, sejalan dengan kemajuan teknologi dunia untuk Indonesia.
Mendampingi perkembangan teknologi survei di Indonesia, PT Hidronaf Teknika Tama berkomitmen untuk menyediakan solusi baik darat, laut, maupun udara. Demi meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas kerja, menjadi partner yang dipercaya dalam proses perencanaan, pelaksanaan,
berubah menjadi badan penelitian nasional. Menurutnya, lebih baik hanya ada satu lembaga iptek tertinggi di Indonesia. Hal ini untuk menghindari tumpang tindih dan pemborosan anggaran. Untuk memperkuat sisi kelembagaan, pemerintah kemudian membentuk Departemen Urusan Riset Nasional atau Durenas yang dipimpin Sujono Junet Pusponegoro. Posisi MIPI kemudian menjadi di bawah naungan Durenas dengan tambahan membangun serta mengasuh beberapa lembaga riset nasional. Sarwono Prawiroharjo sebagai Ketua MIPI juga diberi tanggung jawab ganda sebagai Deputi Menteri Riset. Sementara itu, pengembangan teknologi kedirgantaraan nasional dimulai dengan dibentuknya Panitia Astronautika oleh Perdana Menteri Juanda. Keberhasilan proyek roket yang melibatkan perguruan tinggi dan militer ini kemudian dilanjutkan dengan membentuk Lembaga Penerbangan dan Antariksa Nasional atau LAPAN. Pada tahun yang sama, pemerintah juga membangun National Research Center Cibinong. Gunanya untuk mewadahi bermacam fasilitas riset di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan. Perubahan kelembagaan berlangsung dinamis pada pertengahan tahun 60-an. Hal tersebut diawali dengan penggantian dan perubahan status Durenas menjadi Lembaga Riset Nasional atau Lemrenas. Tahun berikutnya, membubarkan Lemrenas dan MIPI, lalu membentuk Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau LIPI yang dikepalai oleh Sarwono Prawiroharjo. Aktivitas riset dan pengembangan iptek kembali menggeliat ketika pemerintah menunjuk Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo sebagai Menteri Negara Riset. Dia berkolaborasi dengan B.J. Habibie untuk merintis pembangunan industri pesawat dalam negeri, kawasan riset terpadu, serta sebuah badan pengembangan teknologi. Kawasan riset terpadu dan terbesar di Indonesia berhasil terwujud dengan didirikannya Pusat Penelitian Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi atau Puspitek. Di kawasan ini pula kemudian dibangun reaktor nuklir serbaguna GA Besi. Reaktor nuklir berkapasitas 30 MW ini merupakan yang terbesar di Asia Tenggara. Sebuah institusi untuk mengembangkan dan mendayagunakan teknologi kemudian juga dapat terimplementasikan dengan pendirian Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi atau BPPT. Pada saat bersamaan, B.J. Habibie juga dilantik menjadi Menteri Negara Riset dan Teknologi, Kepala Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. Ilmuwan dan negarawan, seperti itulah masyarakat dunia mengenal B.J. Habibie, aeronautika yang sedang berada di puncak karir internasional, namun bersedia kembali untuk membangun negeri. Ia terbukti mampu membawa Indonesia menuju era tinggal landas dengan mengorkestrasi pembangunan di bidang riset dan teknologi. Semangat dan kerja keras untuk selalu menghadirkan inovasi membawa pengabdiannya mencapai posisi puncak di negeri ini. Pemerintah juga sempat mendirikan Dewan Riset Nasional. Melalui lembaga non-struktural ini, digali pemikiran dan pemandangan dari pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan dengan perkembangan iptek di Indonesia. Di tengah derap laju pembangunan, Indonesia masih menyisakan persoalan pada bidang sumber daya manusia. Saat itu, rasio antara insinyur dan penduduk masih terlalu rendah. B.J. Habibie melakukan terobosan dengan menggelar serangkaian program beasiswa ke luar negeri. Program dilaksanakan hingga puluhan tahun ini, dikelola oleh Pusat Pendidikan dan Latihan BPPT. Pada dekade 80-an, Indonesia mulai banyak mengembangkan industri berbasis maju. Untuk membangun pola manajemen yang lebih terintegrasi, didirikanlah Badan Pengelola Industri Strategis atau BPIS. BPIS membawahi 10 perusahaan di bidang kedirgantaraan, kemaritiman, metalurgi, transportasi, telekomunikasi, dan elektronika. Pada era Habibie, beberapa hal yang sempat terhenti kembali dibangkitkan, seperti ide lama untuk mendirikan Akademi Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau IP yang akhirnya dapat terwujud. Kemudian juga dengan dibukanya kembali Lembaga Biologi Molekuler Eijkman yang sempat ditutup pada tahun 60-an. Lembaga yang didirikan ilmuwan Belanda penerima Nobel ini memiliki fokus utama dalam memajukan penelitian dasar dan terapan di bidang biologi molekuler. Puncak keemasan teknologi Indonesia terjadi pada 50 tahun setelah kemerdekaan, tepatnya pada Agustus 1995. Saat pesawat N250 sukses melakukan penerbangan perdana di Bandung. Mengudaranya pesawat yang dan dibangun sepenuhnya oleh anak bangsa ini menjadi sebuah tonggak sejarah. Kemudian diabadikan sebagai Hari Kebangkitan Teknologi Nasional atau Hakteknas. Memasuki milenia kedua untuk melompat dan mengejar ketertinggalan dari bangsa lain, terbitlah Undang-Undang Sisnas P3 IPTEK. Undang-undang ini menyebutkan kelembagaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, terdiri atas unsur perguruan tinggi, lembaga penelitian dan pengembangan, badan usaha, dan lembaga penunjang. Sebuah pendekatan untuk meningkatkan kemajuan IPTEK dengan melibatkan perguruan tinggi sempat dilakukan melalui penggabungan antara Kementerian Riset dan Teknologi dengan Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi. Kemenristek Dikti mewadahi terciptanya inovasi dengan mensinergiskan dunia riset dan dunia kampus, termasuk mendorong hilirisasi hasil riset pada ekosistem industri. 5. Lahir Undang-Undang Sisnas IPTEK sebagai pengganti undang-undang yang terbit di tahun 2002. Undang-undang baru ini mengamanatkan pembentukan Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Badan yang didirikan untuk memastikan ekosistem riset nasional berjalan lebih baik dan maksimal ini ditindaklanjuti dengan peraturan Presiden tentang pembentukan Kemristek BRIN. Tantangan utama yang langsung dihadapi Kemristek BRIN ialah merebaknya pandemi COVID-19. Sebagai respon, dibentuklah Konsorsium Riset dan Inovasi COVID-19. Fokus utamanya memberikan solusi terhadap wabah, sekaligus meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa melalui kolaborasi dengan berbagai lembaga. Produk inovasi yang hingga kini terus dikembangkan ialah vaksin merah putih. BRIN telah ditetapkan sebagai badan otonom yang bertanggung jawab langsung kepada Presiden. Hal ini dibarengi dengan pelantikan Laksana Trihandoko sebagai Kepala Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional oleh Presiden Joko Widodo. BRIN mengintegrasikan 4 lembaga riset, yaitu LIPI, BPPT, BATA, dan LAPAN, termasuk mengkoordinir riset yang dilakukan oleh Litbang Kementerian serta Balitbang daerah di seluruh Indonesia. Keberadaan BRIN diharapkan dapat membuat alur koordinasi riset lebih efektif dan efisien, sebagaimana amanat yang pernah disampaikan Presiden Soekarno tentang lembaga IPTEK tertinggi di Indonesia.
Menjadi negara kepulauan terbesar dengan sejarah maritim yang mendunia, seakan menjadi garisan takdir bagi Indonesia untuk menjadi negara dengan industri maritim terdepan. Visi itu hingga kini dilanjutkan dalam estafet pembangunan. Pemerintah Indonesia berkomitmen untuk terus menjaga asa melengkapi dan mendorong kemajuan infrastruktur kelautan, memberikan fasilitas dan memastikan akses teknologi yang terjangkau bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim Indonesia. Melalui Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika, komitmen itu terus diperjuangkan. Mimpi kemajuan maritim Indonesia tentu harus didukung dengan laboratorium uji dan riset yang handal. Diprakarsai oleh Profesor B.J. Habibie, proyek pembangunan Laboratorium Hidrodinamika Indonesia dimulai pada tahun 1978. Diresmikan pada tahun 1995. Dan di tahun 2015 berganti nama menjadi Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika. Dengan diresmikannya BTH, kiprahnya dalam cerita pembangunan maritim dimulai. Kini, genap 26 tahun Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika berkarya. Memastikan terus menjadi pendorong kemajuan maritim tentu bukanlah tugas mudah. Harus disertai dengan pengelolaan organisasi yang modern dan akuntabel. Oleh karena itu, BTH memiliki komitmen yang dituangkan dalam sikap BTH. Sinergi, integritas, kreativitas, akuntabel, profesional. Kesemuanya akan terus diintegrasikan dalam setiap langkah dan proses yang dilakukan oleh BTH. Dengan mendukung gerakan pemerintah mewujudkan wilayah bebas korupsi, BTH akan terus melangkah dengan segenap dedikasi. Selain terus memperbaiki kinerja organisasinya, BTH juga terus mengembangkan teknologi dan fasilitas yang dimiliki. BTH dilengkapi dengan fasilitas modern berskala industri, terbesar se-Asia Tenggara dan Oseania. Ada 3 fasilitas pengujian utama. Fasilitas pengujian pertama yang dimiliki BTH adalah towing tank. Beragam pengujian, mulai dari pengujian tahanan model kapal, pengujian performa propeller, hingga observasi aliran air dapat dilakukan. Fasilitas pengujian yang kedua adalah Maneuvering in Ocean Engineering Basin atau biasa disingkat dengan MOB. Fasilitas MOB ini biasa digunakan dalam pengujian manuver model kapal, seakeeping model kapal, hingga beragam pengujian offshore. Fasilitas pengujian ketiga yang dimiliki oleh BTH adalah Cavitation Tunnel yang mampu melakukan beragam pengujian propeller. Kesemua fasilitas pengujian itu ditunjang dengan fasilitas workshop yang lengkap dan modern. Terdapat ship model workshop, mechanical and propeller workshop, instrumentation and calibration workshop, serta numerical simulation laboratory. BTH juga terus mendorong sumber daya manusianya untuk terus berkembang dan piawai, menggunakan beragam teknologi dan sistem instrumentasi terbaik, serta menggunakan bisnis proses yang dirancang demi kepuasan para pengguna jasa BTH. Komitmen dan layanan BTH perlahan tapi pasti terus membuahkan hasil dan capaian yang menggembirakan. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, BTH telah melakukan lebih dari 100 pengujian. BTH mendapatkan penghargaan dan ditetapkan sebagai pusat unggulan IPTEK pada tahun 2017 oleh Kemenristekdikti. Untuk mengabarkan beragam aktivitas terbaru, BTH menerbitkan buletin setiap 3 bulan sekali. Didukung dengan penerbitan jurnal ilmiah WAVE yang juga terakreditasi oleh Kemenristekdikti. Kiprah dalam dunia global juga dimulai BTH sejak awal berdiri. BTH tergabung sebagai anggota International Towing Tank Conference atau ITTC dan juga tergabung sebagai anggota Institute of Marine Engineering Science and Technology atau IMARES. Berbagai sertifikasi ISO sebagai lab penguji juga berhasil diraih oleh BTH untuk memastikan proses yang sesuai dengan prosedur standar terbaik. Namun seluruh perkembangan dan capaian tak akan menyurutkan langkah BTH untuk terus bergerak maju, terus berbenah demi mewujudkan pelayanan yang modern, terjangkau, dan terbaik bagi seluruh pelaku industri maritim. Balai Teknologi Hidrodinamika akan terus bekerja penuh makna, memastikan kemajuan teknologi dan industri maritim Indonesia.
Benua maritim Indonesia yang terbentang dari Sabang hingga Merauke merupakan wilayah perairan dengan hamparan pulau-pulau di dalamnya sebagai satu alamiah antara darat, laut, dan udara. Sebagai negara kepulauan yang memiliki potensi sumber daya alam hayati dan non-hayati, menjadikan Indonesia sebagai suatu negara yang memiliki peranan penting dan strategis di dunia. Oleh karena itu, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi hadir untuk mengembangkan teknologi pengelolaan sumber daya alam berbasis kewilayahan. Hal ini diwujudkan melalui adanya Pusat Teknologi Pengembangan Sumber Daya Wilayah atau TPSW sebagai salah satu unit kerja pada Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi. PT PSW diamanatkan mengembangkan teknologi sumber daya wilayah yakni teknologi dan aplikasi pengelolaan sumber daya yang berada pada suatu wilayah tertentu untuk mencapai secara berkelanjutan demi meningkatkan kesejahteraan dan daya saing bangsa. Dengan visi untuk menjadi pusat unggulan teknologi pengembangan sumber daya wilayah yang menghasilkan inovasi dalam peningkatan produktivitas pembangunan nasional, PT PSW terus berkembang secara dinamis dan juga adaptif. Untuk mengkaji teknologi di bidang pengembangan sumber daya wilayah. Dengan berprinsip pada nilai tematik, integratif, spasial, dan dinamis, PT PSW melakukan tugas lainnya dengan berbasis teknologi penginderaan jauh maju, teknologi geofisika maju, teknologi akustik tomografi, dan teknologi akuntansi sumber daya alam untuk pengembangan sumber daya wilayah. PT PSW berperan aktif dalam program besar BPPT, yaitu Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System melalui kegiatan pemantauan karakteristik rambatan menggunakan sensor akustik tomografi, serta teknologi integrasi dan interoperabilitas atau observasi untuk donasi emerging infectious disease dalam menjalankan kegiatan sesuai dengan tugas pokok dan fungsi. PT PSW memiliki sumber daya manusia yang unggul yakni putra-putri terbaik bangsa dari berbagai disiplin ilmu dan juga bidang PT PSW juga didukung oleh berbagai sarana dan prasarana seperti fasilitas peralatan survei terestris, peralatan survei dan pesisir, wahana survei, radar cuaca, penggunaan perangkat lunak, dan fasilitas sistem pemantauan observasi kebumian Nusantara. Atau Nusantara Earth Observation Network atau NEONET. Selain itu, PT PSW juga telah berhasil
mendampingi dengan teknologi survei Indonesia.
Sejarah riset dan ilmu pengetahuan Republik Indonesia dimulai sejak tahun 1948, yaitu sejak kelahiran Organisasi Penyelidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau OPIPA. 8 tahun kemudian, lahirlah sebuah lembaga riset bernama Majelis Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau MIPI. Lembaga ini lahir atas permintaan Presiden Soekarno kepada Sarwono Prawiro Harjo yang kemudian menjabat sebagai Ketua MIPI. Sarwono Prawiro Harjo memiliki banyak andil dalam membangun lembaga keilmuan di Indonesia. Tak hanya MIPI, dokter dan guru besar ilmu kebidanan ini juga membantu lahirnya berbagai organisasi profesi kedokteran. Sarwono dikenal mampu mengembangkan berbagai cabang ilmu pengetahuan, sekaligus memimpin para ilmuwan dalam sebuah harmonisasi ilmiah. Ketika teknologi atom atau nuklir mulai populer, pemerintah Indonesia berusaha mengembangkannya dengan tujuan damai serta kesejahteraan masyarakat. Hal itu diwujudkan dengan pembentukan Dewan Tenaga Atom dan Lembaga Tenaga Atom. Lembaga tersebut kemudian disempurnakan menjadi Badan Tenaga Atom Nasional atau BATAN. Tonggak penting penelitian dan pengembangan tenaga atom lainnya ialah peresmian reaktor atom pertama, yaitu reaktor Triga Mark II di Bandung. Masih terbatasnya ilmuwan pada berbagai bidang teknologi juga menjadi salah satu perhatian besar Presiden Soekarno. Melalui program beasiswa Ikatan Dinas, pemerintahan Presiden Soekarno mengirim ribuan pelajar untuk melanjutkan studi di berbagai negara. Sebuah tonggak dalam perencanaan pembangunan hadir dengan ditetapkannya garis-garis besar pola pembangunan nasional sistem semesta berencana. Di dalamnya terkandung perencanaan IPTEK yang dikenal sebagai Visi IPTEK 1961-1969. Saat itu, Presiden Soekarno menyampaikan bahwa MIPI harus segera diubah menjadi Badan Penelitian Nasional. Menurutnya, lebih baik hanya ada satu lembaga IPTEK tertinggi di Indonesia. Hal ini untuk menghindari tumpang tindih dan pemborosan anggaran. Untuk memperkuat sisi kelembagaan, pemerintah kemudian membentuk Departemen Urusan Riset Nasional atau Durenas yang dipimpin Sujono Junet Pusponegoro. Posisi MIPI kemudian menjadi di bawah naungan Durenas dengan tugas tambahan membangun serta mengasuh beberapa lembaga riset nasional. Sarwono Prawiroharjo sebagai Ketua MIPI juga diberi tanggung jawab ganda sebagai Deputi Menteri Riset. Sementara itu, pengembangan teknologi kedirgantaraan nasional dimulai dengan dibentuknya Panitia Astronautika oleh Perdana Menteri Juanda. Keberhasilan proyek roket yang melibatkan perguruan tinggi dan militer ini kemudian dilanjutkan dengan membentuk Lembaga Penerbangan dan Antariksa Nasional atau LAPAN. Pada tahun yang sama, pemerintah juga membangun National Research Center Cibinong. Gunanya untuk mewadahi bermacam fasilitas riset di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan. Perubahan kelembagaan berlangsung dinamis pada pertengahan tahun 60-an. Hal tersebut diawali dengan penggantian dan perubahan status Durenas menjadi Lembaga Riset Nasional atau Lemrenas. Tahun berikutnya, pemerintah membubarkan Lemrenas dan MIPI, lalu membentuk Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia atau LIPI yang dikepalai oleh Sarwono Prawiroharjo. Aktivitas riset dan pengembangan IPTEK kembali menggeliat ketika pemerintah menunjuk Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo sebagai Menteri Negara Riset. Ia berkolaborasi dengan B.J. Habibie untuk merintis pembangunan industri pesawat dalam negeri, kawasan riset terpadu, serta sebuah badan pengembangan teknologi. Kawasan riset terpadu dan terbesar di Indonesia berhasil terwujud dengan didirikannya Pusat Penelitian Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi